The dozen or so ancient martial art practitioners were instantly shocked and dazzled. Zhuo Qingfan's afterimages were almost identical to each other, and they were extremely real. Their hands and feet immediately turned cold, and they hurriedly formed a formation. Suddenly, a virtual light appeared in his palm, which expanded to several acres in size and covered the ground. Bo Yuqing didn't move and suddenly shouted, "Withdraw the barrier!" The dozen or so people were startled and didn't understand what he meant, but they still did as he said. They immediately formed hand seals and dispersed the formation they had just formed. Zhuo Qingfan's apparition, which filled the sky, immediately descended. "Lord Bo Yuqing," one person exclaimed. "No." Bo Yuqing shook his head. "Be careful. These afterimages are all fake." "What?" Those people were all shocked as they watched the afterimages fall. Sure enough, they all disappeared one by one, and a moment later, not a single one was left. This buy-in, the dozen or so cultivators' faces were all pale and their mouths were dry. They felt that their ability was not enough to deal with this situation. If they continued to hold on, they would only be cannon fodder. All of them felt very tired. "If you had cast a barrier just now," Bo Yuqing said, "I wouldn't have been able to save Zhuo Qingfan in time if he had appeared within it." He seemed to have seen through their state and said, "All of you, back off. This place is no longer something you can participate in." "Yes, yes." The few of them were ecstatic and hurriedly replied. Then they ran far away and stood far away to watch. Bo Yuqing stood in the sky above the 100 alchemists with his sword in hand, his divine sense covering every corner as he said slowly, "Although the Great Void technique is marvelous, it's bound to have flaws. Even though I don't know where the flaw is, it definitely exists. Of the world's laws, there must be a way to break them. Otherwise, wouldn't you be invincible?" The surroundings were completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Over 100 alchemists had also noticed the situation, but everyone was trying their best to perform teleportation. Everyone's spiritual power was focused on the central array, which was covered in a dense white light. It looked like the light of a warlock god, but it was brighter. It contained the stars, and it connected directly to the outer space. It caught the meteorite and fell into the dark passage. Every alchemist was fully focused, and a layer of black light appeared on their foreheads, which grew thicker and thicker as their spiritual power was consumed, while their eyes flickered with a fierce look. Suddenly, Bo Yuqing's body flickered as he teleported down, the ancient dust sword slashing out. Bang! The great sword struck the vast ocean of dust. Zhuo Qingfan had only managed to extend half of his body before he was struck back into the void and disappeared. As for the aftermath of the two profound level weapons, just as it spread out a little, it was swept up by the large teleportation formation and absorbed into the silver light in the center. The alchemists were still sitting cross-legged, as if they had not heard anything. "Haha, I can sense anything strange in the formation with my divine sense. Even the slightest disturbance in the void can't escape my eyes and ears. It's impossible for you to ambush the Grandmasters." Bo Yuqing suddenly laughed wildly. "Just stand up and fight me fair and square." If he won, he would be able to break the grand teleportation array and let Yunxiao enter the inner ocean safely. If you lose, you will become history with them. Zhuo Qingfan's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the formation. He looked down expressionlessly. He always had a smile on his face, a playful smile, and a lazy look. For the first time, he became expressionless, as if he had also discovered the thorny problem. In the large teleportation formation, all the power would be drawn into the center of the formation, and the alchemists would not be hurt at all unless they were beheaded by the halberd. However, Bo Yuqing's spiritual power could observe the details and move in an instant. Every move was a step ahead of him, making it extremely difficult to sneak attack and kill. What? The legendary Void Martial Sovereign, the second strongest expert in the world, doesn't even have the courage to fight me? Bo Yuqing sneered. "I can play with you if you want to," Zhuo Qingfan replied with a wooden expression. "But we don't have the time now." "Oh? There's no time, what can you do?" Bo Yuqing sneered. L like the way you don't like me, but you have no choice but to play with me. Qingfan raised his hand and lifted the vast ocean like dust. The sharp edge of his battle halberd appeared cold and piercing under the light. When the light shone into Bo Yuqing's eyes, his pupils narrowed slightly, and a cold intent also shot out. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Guchun. There's no time, so I'll only use one move, Qingfan said. Bo Yuqing's pupils shrank, and his face instantly turned ashen, as if he felt a powerful pressure. His arm trembled slightly, and the ancient dust sword trembled. One move? Are you trying to find an excuse for your cowardice and defeat? Bo Yuqing's aura gradually exploded, demonic aura surging from his body. A large number of demonic runes appeared on his skin, and even the ancient dust was shrouded in darkness. Qingfan formed a hand seal with one hand and looked down coldly. The body almost merged into the sky and became transparent. The only thing that still had substance was the vast sea, which was like dust, emitting a brilliant light. All of a sudden, the entire space around Qingfan started to contract. His body was like a black hole, devouring everything around him, filling up his body with the vast sky. That illusory state instantly became solid and several times larger, as if his entire person was the endless sky. What? Bo Yuqing was horrified. What's going on? He also felt that the space he was standing in had changed, and even the large teleportation formation below was disturbed. The alchemists opened their eyes in surprise. Damn it! Die! Bo Yuqing shouted angrily, the demonic aura on his body rising once again, jumping around the sword like flames. Wailing sword rain wind evil tune. He raised his sword, and the terrifying demonic flame turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Thousands of sword wills rolled in the demonic chi and surged out. Qingfan raised his eyes and said, Void shatter! Vast ocean like dust fell according to his hand's gesture and directly turned into a dragon, bursting with strong water light and roaring. The entire void was shattered by the slash. Qingfan's body seemed to be breaking apart. An endless space burst open with a loud bang. Bo Yuqing only felt his chest shake as the void around his body suddenly trembled. His internal organs were instantly damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his organs. Impossible! He was severely injured in an instant. As he uttered these three words, the demonic chi in the sky dispersed and the water dragon broke through the sky, binding him with the dragon transformation rope. The dozen or so people in the distance were instantly killed by the sudden tremor in the void, without a complete corpse. A force that was as powerful as the mountains and seas shook from the void. The great teleportation formation was suddenly hit and made a boom sound. Then, an invisible force was drawn away and poured into the silver light in the center. Although the formation was not messed up, all the alchemists were injured and vomiting blood. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the array. It was the expressionless Qingfan, holding a profound saber in his hand, and he swung it at the alchemists' heads. Stop! In the distance, Bo Yuqing suddenly roared and used all his strength to push the water dragon rope open. All the blood vessels in his body protruded out of his skin, making him look extremely disgusting. However, Qingfan's blade fell, and dozens of people were killed in an instant. The entire teleportation formation collapsed in an instant. The rest of the alchemists suffered the backlash of the array. They all vomited blood and were sent flying. Bang! Bo Yuqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a mad roar, demonic chi shot out and finally shook the water dragon rope away. The water dragon bounced a few times in the air before turning back into a vast ocean of dust and flying back into Qingfan's hands. The white light that contained the galaxy and nebula began to gradually dissipate. The power of teleportation disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to normal. Qingfan held his halberd in his hand. His face was so pale that it was almost transparent. It was clear that he had expended almost all of his energy in that void-shattering attack. Damn it! In his rage, Bo Yuqing's eyes began to turn black and he lost some of his sanity. The injuries on his body were being healed by the demonic chi, and he teleported down, his sword slashing at Zhuo Qingfan's head. Zhuo Qingfan's face turned ashen as he raised his halberd to meet the attack. Bang! The great sword struck the halberd, dispersing the spirit light emanating from it. Zhuo Qingfan was finally unable to withstand the impact any longer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. What? You can't use the Great Void technique? Bo Yuqing seemed to have seen through something, his expression ferocious as he stepped forward and said coldly, "You can't avoid death for what you did today." The ancient dust sword flashed with a cold light and slashed down again. Zhuo Qingfan hurriedly conjured hand seals with one hand, and a thin film appeared on his body, condensing into an armor. At the same time, the vast ocean like dust covered his arms. His hands formed a seal and the armor expanded, turning into a giant spirit-like human figure. He also formed a seal in response. A ripple-like barrier spread out. Li Yunxiao. Bo Yuqing's face was ashen, and there were still traces of blood in his 7 orifices. He placed the Guchen sword in front of him and said coldly, "You'll have to show me what you can do if you want to keep me here." Yunxiao stretched out his index finger and waved it in front of him as he shook his head and said, "It's not about my abilities, but about our abilities." Bo Yuqing's body trembled and he suddenly turned back. He saw a golden light spread out from the teleportation array and Noah's boat appeared. Dozens of figures shot out from within and surrounded him. Bo Yuqing's expression was unusually ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Yunxiao, have a fair fight with me if you have the guts. Even though I'm injured, I'm not afraid of you." "A fair fight? Why?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a mocking gleam as he said coldly, "Do you think this is the #1 martial arts contest? And fight you fairly?" He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and beat him up. Just don't kill him." Bo Yuqing's face instantly turned dark. Dozens of powerful auras soared into the sky, many of which were not weaker than him. His inner defenses instantly collapsed, and he had no will to resist. Boom! Boom! All kinds of attacks came through the air, and he was like a fallen leaf in the wind. His whole body was in great pain, and his eyes went black before he fainted. "This kid can't take a beating. I didn't even make a move and he's already dead. Haha, if you have the ability you should try it too." Even the Island Lord would have to admit defeat under this kind of attack. He's already very strong. This person must have an harmonization realm physical body. No wonder he's able to withstand it. All kinds of laughter rang out as Bo Yuqing's body was already a bloody mess. Yunxiao had been watching him carefully, fearing that he would die. When it was about time, he waved his hand, and a white light rolled over and took him into the Divine Realm tablet. At this moment, the hundreds of alchemists who had been severely injured were also looking at this group of people in horror. Inantian looked at them one by one and his face turned cold. He said, "These people all have demonic qi in their bodies. Most likely they've been invaded by demonic qi. Even if they're not demonized, their hearts have been affected." Ben Tingfeng said, "Darren's meaning is no." Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "No." Ben Tingfeng was stunned and immediately fell silent. At this moment, the way he looked at Yunxiao turned respectful, as if he had admitted that he was the leader of the Heavenly Martial League, and that he was on equal footing with Yinantian. Yinantian sighed, "These people will be a disaster if they stay." Yunxiao's face was livid. "These are all great alchemists, and there are more than 100 of them. It is an incalculable wealth in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Are you really going to slaughter them, my lord?" An alchemist could not help but cry out, "What do you mean? Do you want to kill us? Are you guys out of your mind? We have over 100 great alchemists." Inantian pointed at the man and said, "Look at him. He is so funny. Is this wealth? They almost killed us, and now they still think that it's not normal for us to kill them. Let's not talk about whether they've been demonized or not. Just these silly fools should be killed." He flicked his finger and a golden light shot out. The alchemist exploded with a bang, which shocked all the alchemists around him. "These lunatics are really going to kill us. Run. Let's go to the chief." The alchemists were finally terrified, and they fled madly into the distance. "Kill them all," Inauthentic ordered. A murderous aura spread out from his body, causing people to shiver. "You can't." "Don't kill him," Xianxia shouted angrily. "Don't kill him." He was an alchemist himself, and he had a strong sense of belonging and honor to this profession and this group, just like every alchemist. Now that he was a warlock god, he felt even more responsible and obligated to protect these people. Moreover, these people represented the highest group of alchemists in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and the fault of today's incident was Lu Congzi, not this group. Inauthentic looked at him and said, "Don't forget our mission. We have to kill all the demonized people. Are you going to change your mind? And don't forget that I'm also an alchemist." Xianxia's body trembled as he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Inauthentic gave the order again. With killing intent in his eyes, he coldly said, "Kill them all." Ben Tingfeng gave Xianxia a glance, and when he saw that the latter was silent, he said, "Yes." With a wave of his hand, a group of martial artists immediately chased after them. Soon, they caught up with the alchemists and began to kill them mercilessly. Miserable screams rang out, and the sky was stained with blood. "Stop!" Finally, Xianxia could not bear it anymore. He let out a loud roar that shook the sky like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar. Those martial artists were stunned and immediately stopped. The mental power of alchemists is far superior to that of ordinary people, Xianxia said. "I should be able to find a way to restore their mental strength. Besides, didn't the Lord say that the highest command would be given to me?" Inauthentic nodded and said, "All right, since you are confident, go ahead. The highest command is indeed yours, but at the same time, you are also responsible for the results of this expedition." "I will," Xianxia nodded and ordered, "Capture them all." Soon, the alchemists who were lucky enough not to be killed were brought over, leaving only 60 or so people. Half of them had been killed in just a few breaths. These people were all frightened and uneasy. They had never seen such a bloody scene before. Some of them even cried in a low voice. Upset, Xianxia put all of them into the Divine Realm tablet. He took a closer look. These people weren't too deeply possessed by the devil. Through some kind of cultivation method, he should be able to completely expel the devil qi from their bodies. Zhuo Qingfan was severely injured. After recovering a little of his vital qi, he also entered the Divine Realm tablet. After everyone identified the direction, they returned to Noah's ship and headed for the main island in the Internal Sea. The sea of the Soul Formation stage was shrouded in mist and clouds. It was like a fairyland. The battleship rode the wind and waves and soon entered the territory of the main island, revealing the island. "This is a Xianxia." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their pupils slightly dilated. The entire main island had turned completely black, completely becoming a demonic island. It was like a piece of charcoal placed on the sea, shocking to the eye. Everything on the island became blurry in the darkness, and even Xianxia's mystic spirit eyes could only see a rough outline. I'm afraid that Lu Congzi had already started to demonize seriously before he went to the world of eternal life. It seems that he has already made up his mind to become a demon. Lingmudi's face was also cold. The island, which had once been like a fairyland, was now like a rotten lung in a human body. Devil Qi kept rolling out. "What about those top alchemists?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice. "What about them?" "I'm afraid it's not optimistic," Lingmudi said. "He's either killed, become Lu Congzi's dog, or caught. No matter which one it is, it's terrible." Xianxia casually grabbed an alchemist, pointed down and said in a deep voice, "What's going on with this island? Where are Master Luotian and the others?" The alchemist trembled as he looked at it, then hurriedly shook his hands and said, "I don't know." Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and killing intent burst out of them. "A ninth-tier alchemist like Luotian is the one I value. I don't care if I should save an ant like you. If you don't know, I'll kill you." The cold gaze penetrated the alchemist's body, causing him to tremble in fear. "Luotian. Master Luotian. He has been captured. Tell me the details," Xianxia said. The man explained the whole story. Just as Lingmu Di had guessed, Lu Congzi had made everyone take a pill called Fiend Pill, which contained extremely strong devil essence. Anyone who consumed it would have their body controlled by the demonic qi. Their mind would be affected and they would be controlled in the palm. As for those who refused to take it, the weaker ones were all killed. Lu Congzi could not bear to kill the alchemists and warriors with higher cultivation bases, so he captured them all. When Yunxiao heard that, he said angrily, "Captured? Where did he go?" The alchemist was frightened by his appearance, and he said in a cold voice, "Ancient Devil's Well. It's really that place. Lu Congzi must be trying to use the devilish energy in the Ancient Devil's Well to directly affect everyone's mind and demonize them all." Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "There's no one on the main island, so why is the demonic qi still rolling?" He asked again. It said that Chief Lao AI, "Oh no," told Lu Congzi that Lu Congzi wants to make this main island the first foothold for the demon race to invade the realm of heaven martial arts. The man said so. He wants to change the spiritual environment there to make it suitable for the demon race to live in. Lingmu Di's pupils shrank. He stared at the ground for a while and said, "As expected, there are a lot of tiny mosses and vegetation on this island, all of which are from the devil world. These things could absorb and release devil essence, which was one of the foundations of the entire devil world." "Damn traitor. Then, this island is quite dense," Yunxiao said. "We can't let him live," Lingmu Di said through gritted teeth. "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Leave a few people to drive the warship and completely destroy this island. The rest of you follow me." He left a dozen high-level martial sovereigns and some alchemists to control the warship and destroy the main island completely, while the rest of the people followed Yunxiao and soared into the sky. The ancient Devil's Well was located at the end of the Sea of Soul Formation, at the void where it was connected to the universe. With everyone's escape techniques, they arrived in no time. The boundless void was like a huge mouth of a monster, waiting to swallow everyone. Suddenly, there were a few flashes in front of him. A black shadow condensed and turned into Lu Congzi's figure, holding a silver cane. You're finally here." Lu Congzi had become cunning and treacherous, losing his calm, magnanimous, elegant and kind demeanor. Although he had been pretending before, he had completely removed his mask now. Yunxiao led the crowd and stopped at the junction of black and white, where the Sea of Soul Formation and the void met. The boundary between black and white was like the boundary between two factions. They could never merge together and were bound to be like fire and water. Yunxiao looked at him coldly for a while before he said, "Lu Congzi, are you scared? You don't dare to face it with your true body. So don't you feel embarrassed to send out an incarnation?" "Hee, embarrassing? I admit defeat. Okay?" Lu Congzi was generous and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Only those who dare to admit their weakness and shortcomings are truly strong." "Bah! Strong your sister. Hurry up and come out with your true body to die." Yunxiao was filled with anger, and his eyes were almost spewing fire. "Am I stupid? You even ran out to die." Lu Congzi laughed in surprise and said, "Why is Lord Alliance Master so angry? It's as if you can't wait to eat my flesh. When did I make Lord Alliance Leader hate me so much? Your rough skin and thick meat will be poisoned to death after eating it." "Disgusting." Yunxiao gave him the middle finger and pointed it down in disdain. Yinantian said, "Why are you talking to him? Let's just go in and destroy everything. Seal the ancient Devil's Well." Yunxiao nodded and raised his hand, ready to give an order. "Hee, you want to kill me? Don't you want your disciple's life as well?" Lu Congzi smiled indifferently. Yunxiao's hand froze in the air, and he could not bring it down. Lu Congzi squinted his eyes and smiled. "Should I choose righteousness or family? TSK. What a dilemma. You fucking animal, you're not a human." "Where's Yang Di?" Yunxiao roared. Lu Congzi said in a strange voice, Hey, don't scold us. We're all civilized people. We have to be cultured. Talk your sister. Where's Yang Di?" Yunxiao was so furious that he wished he could rush up and hack him to death. Lu Congzi waved his hand, and a circle of demonic light appeared beside him. A man was sitting cross-legged inside. His body was emitting demonic chi, and he was cultivating demonic techniques. Magic servants! Yunxiao cried out in alarm. With just one glance, he recognized the evil look on Yang Di's face as the demonic servant. He, young Master Yunxiao is indeed knowledgeable. With Yang Di's qualifications, he was not qualified to be my demonic servant, Lu Zongzi said with a smile. I only gave him this qualification for the sake of young Master Yunxiao. Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Once he became a demon servant, as long as Lu Zongzi died, Yang Di would definitely die. His hand froze in midair before he slowly put it down. He turned around and said, Lord Mu Di, after becoming a demonic servant, is there a way to break free? Ling Mu Di frowned and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, I'm not sure about that. If we can find Di Jia, maybe he will know. Yunxiao was silent as he looked at the figure in the demonic ring, and he could not help but look sad. Ha ha ha! Lu Zongzi laughed wildly, and his eyes were full of mockery. Heavenly Martial Alliance leader, you haven't answered my question. Do you choose righteousness or family? Yinantian spoke in a deep voice. Do you even need to think about such a simple question? Of course, it's for the greater good. Young Master Yun, you can't be muddle-headed at this time. Yunxiao nodded, and his spirit became extremely dejected. He waved his hand weakly and said, From now on, the highest command is yours. Yinantian nodded and said, Don't think too much. How can there be no sacrifice? How many people died 100,000 years ago? Your disciple isn't the first one, and she won't be the last either. In the end, even you and I will have a high chance of getting in. I understand, Yunxiao said sadly. Ha ha! Lu Zongzi laughed and said, So, you've chosen the so-called righteousness? Why? Yunxiao said coldly, Do I need to tell you what I choose? Shut your mouth. When I see your old face now, I want to tear him apart. Yinantian waved his hand and shouted, All of you, listen up. Go into the void. Kill anyone you see. Lu Zongzi's expression changed slightly, and he sneered, Very good. Then I'll be waiting to see a battle between master and disciple. With a wave of his sleeve, the demonic light disappeared, and his figure also disappeared. Everyone immediately rushed into the boundless void. The moment they stepped into it, they felt their bodies tremble. Boom! The entire void trembled under the sound of the war drum. The sound of the drum reverberated and shook everyone's ears, causing their chi and blood to surge. It's the Rakshasa drum. Be careful. Yunxiao cried out in alarm. Be careful. Thump. Dong. Another 2 drum beats rang out, causing the void to tremble like water waves. There was an extremely strong resistance ahead, making it difficult to move an inch. The powerhouses below the peak of the Martial Emperor realm felt their blood surging up their throats. In the darkness ahead, there seemed to be a demonic shadow moving. A huge drum could be vaguely seen, and sound waves were constantly spreading out. Yunxiao looked over and saw that the huge drum was more than 100 feet tall, with a drumstick dancing in the air. Controlled by several fiendish cultivators, the drumstick struck at the drum. Boom! With every knock, the bodies of the devil cultivators trembled as if controlling the hammer was very exhausting. Humph! Yinantian humphed. His body glowed with golden light. He moved forward and appeared in front of the drum. He punched the drum. Stop! The demon cultivators rushed up to him. Yinantian sneered and hit his body with his left hand. Bang, bang, bang. Several devil cultivators exploded. At this moment, the fist force struck the drum, and with a loud boom, demonic chi gushed out. Yinantian's face turned serious. He reached out his hand and slapped it. At the same time, a golden light appeared on his body, protecting him. The demonic chi that was spurting out suddenly dispersed under the force of his palm and turned into a large net. There were dense black spots on it, like the stars in the sky. What? Yinantian was shocked, but the demonic net had spread out to hundreds of feet away, covering the space and trapping him. What a joke! You think a mere net can trap this lord? Inantion snorted and raised his finger. The finger glowed with golden light and turned into a sword. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light caused countless golden lights to appear on the magic net, but it could not break it. What? Inantion realized that something was wrong. He looked at the black spots and found that they were not made of ordinary materials. He had cut them into pieces, but the black spots were still attached to the net and became nodes. The rest of the people also rushed over and surrounded the net. Don't touch this net. Yunxiao stopped the crowd. Don't touch it. What's going on? Hao Feng asked with a frown. He also tried to cut it a few times and the nodes were broken by the knife, but they only split into finer nodes. Inanshan's face turned dark. He said, "A law lock." Yunxiao nodded and said, "That's right. It's a rule lock. Unless we destroy the entire power of the rule or find a way to draw in the net, it will be difficult. However, I don't know what this black dot is, but it can't be crushed." He raised his hand and condensed a little bit of the ice fiend heart flame. With a tongue sound, it flew onto one of the points and burned with a swish. The black dot was not afraid of the fire. Instead, it began to fade from black and gradually turned white. "This is a Xianxia." Yunxiao trembled and said in shock, "A Niang stone." It was only under the burning of his ice fiend heart flame that a little characteristic of the rainbow stone appeared, which Yunxiao had sensed. The term rainbow stone was not unfamiliar to the experts present, and their expressions changed drastically. "These should be primary raw stones," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "They haven't fully evolved into rainbow stones. My burning process just now only accelerated their evolution, but it's not perfect." He reached out and touched that spot. He could feel something strange, but it was still different from the real rainbow stone. Tsk. It's such a waste that this law lock, which was created with great difficulty, only caught one fish. But this is a big fish. The sound of a flute came from the distance. A black-robed man appeared near the ancient devil's well. His eyes flickered with a strange light. It was Yu Chun, the deputy C of soul formation expert. A large amount of devil chi gushed out of the ancient devil's well, and a large number of cultivators flew out. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 people scattered all around. Yunxiao's face was very unsightly. These martial artists were fiendish cultivators before the sea of soul formation, and some of them were not even fiendish cultivators. But now they had also become fiendish. The problem was most likely in those profound level weapons and medicinal pills. There was definitely a hidden problem. Moreover, the profound level weapons and elixirs were spread out from the sea of soul formation. No one knew the scope of their influence and spread. The entire heavenly martial arts realm would probably be in big trouble. Yuchen sneered. "This law lock is made from the base material of the rainbow yuan stone. The difficulty is hard to imagine. It is said that there is at least one demonic spirit on each node." Everyone was shocked. There were at least hundreds of millions of black spots on this rule lock. How many fiends had died? Yuchen looked at everyone's surprised expressions and seemed to be very satisfied. He laughed and said, "Haha, but you don't have to feel bad. These fiendish demons are the most basic living beings of the devil realm. The devil kings use them to refine pills and tools, or eat them raw." Yunxiao sneered. "When these demonic fiends become weapons, they can't help it. Unlike you, my lord, you are so proactive. As expected, you are of a much higher grade than the demonic fiends." "Are you mocking me?" Yu Chun said angrily. "I don't dare," Yunxiao said. "My lord, you have so many underlings with you. I'm scared just looking at you. So how can I be sarcastic? I'll even ask Darren to show mercy and spare my life. By the way, where's Lu Tsongzi? What the hell is he doing in the well? Why isn't he coming up?" Hearing this, Yu Chun felt a little strange in his heart. He snorted angrily. "I don't care what you're thinking. Today, I'm going to wash away the humiliation you brought me with your blood. As for the chief, you won't have the chance to see him again." His face was cold. With a wave of his hand, those martial artists immediately flew over in an overwhelming manner. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they looked like a swarm of black ants in the sky. These cannon fodders are not simple, Ling Mudi said. Be careful, everyone. Yun Xiao nodded. These fiendish cultivators are not afraid of death. They are very violent and murderous. He's most likely Lu Zongzi's abandoned pawn to consume our strength. I'm afraid there's an even more terrifying opponent in the depths of the ancient devil's well. No matter how powerful a cannon fodder is, he's still cannon fodder, Hao Feng said with a cold gaze. He picked up the Nirvana blade and walked towards the McMao people. With a flash of his blade, several devil cultivators were instantly cut in half. Their upper bodies roared in anger, but they were not dead. It wasn't blood that spurted out from the wound, but devil essence. His upper body made a circle in the air before sticking back together, restoring his complete body. How did this happen? The martial artists of the three sects were all shocked. Under the investigation of their divine senses, these devil cultivators were indeed not dead, but their auras had been greatly leaked. Not good. These fiendish cultivators are all empty shells, and their bodies are possessed by fiends. The demonic creatures are possessing these warriors to resist the suppression of the realm power, Ling Mudi said in horror. The cold light in Hao Feng's eyes became even colder. He raised his hand and slashed again. Those McMao guys were cut into 7 or 8 pieces, and finally they could not recover. They let out desperate roars and exploded continuously with bang 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 schwa schwa schwa. A large number of demonic fiends separated and danced in the sky, finally biting towards Hao Feng. Demonfian's intelligence was extremely low, but with the obsession of a martial artist before their death, as well as the rejection of any other power other than demonic qi, he sensed the existence of the three sects martial artists and flew over to bite them. Yun Xiao made a grabbing gesture with his 5 fingers, and immediately, a thunderbolt appeared in his palm and shot out, turning into tens of millions of thunder dragons that shuttled through the void and blew up all the fiends. The people from the 2 camps finally rushed together and began to fight. A large number of fiendish martial artists exploded, and all kinds of fiendish qi flew everywhere. The entire void was in a mess. Next to the ancient devil's well, Yu Chun watched coldly, his eyes fixed on Yun Xiao the entire time, filled with hatred and killing intent. A demonic shadow suddenly appeared beside him, causing Yu Chen's body to tremble. When he saw who it was, he quickly cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Lord Xing." Xing looked at the battlefield and said, "There are so many experts? It doesn't seem to match the information you provided." Xing's voice was so cold that it sent chills down Yu Chen's spine. He said in fear, "These people should be from the eternal life realm. The director of the eternal world has already reported to Lord Man." The eternal world? The remaining elites of the realm of heavenly martial arts from the past 100,000 years have gathered here. He. Then let them all be buried here. Xing Yu said. Yes. Yu Chen's body trembled. He felt a little scared, but he was more excited and crazy. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Xing's eyes flickered with a cold light. What about the true dragon and the expert who killed Sir Man's clone that day? Why isn't he here? Yu Chen said, "We don't know who that powerful being is yet. That so-called true dragon is no longer the world king that he used to be. His power is dropping. He's nothing to be afraid of. No matter what, it's still a true dragon," Xing said coldly. "We must kill it as soon as possible." Yes. After we kill these people, our next step will be to investigate the expert who killed Lord Man's clone, find the true dragon, and kill it, Yu Chun said hurriedly. Yes. Xing nodded and said, "Is Li Yunxiao, who has the divine realm tablet and can draw the 6 paths demonic weapon, here?" "Here. It's that man." Yu Chun became excited and pointed at the battlefield. Xing's pupils contracted as he looked in that direction. His eyes lit up. Is that the young man? On the battlefield, Yun Xiao was calm and composed. With the sword in his right hand, he took a life with each slash, and the fiendish cultivators died violently under his sword. They were not even devilish, but turned into fiend energy. Yes, it's that person. Yu Chun gritted his teeth in hatred. His face was full of hatred. That's Ing Luo. Xing suddenly screamed, "A demonic sword made of rainbow stone." Every time sword death slashed red, the ice fiend heart flame would appear on the body of the sword, so those fiendish cultivators didn't even have the chance to drop fiendish demons. Xing's eyes lit up. He made a hand seal with one hand and mumbled something. A dark brown light surged from his body, and a large number of runes flickered. The dark phoenix armor, Yuchen said in shock. In an instant, Xing's entire body was covered in a layer of armor, leaving only his eyes exposed. He stared greedily at the sword in Yunxiao's hand as he took a step forward and stepped into the void. Yuchen was overjoyed, thinking that Yunxiao was dead for sure. He looked ahead excitedly. While Yunxiao was killing several fiend cultivators, he suddenly sensed extreme danger. In shock, he turned and retreated. His feet stepped on a strange position and split into two. The two afterimages crisscrossed as they retreated, shuttling back and forth beside the few devil cultivators. Bang! Bang! The few fiendish martial artists suddenly exploded and died. The large amount of fiendish qi that exploded out fled in all directions as if they were frightened. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he caught sight of his opponent in an instant. He raised his sword and thrust it forward, sending out countless sword flowers. Qi qi! The sword emitted thousands of sword qi, like a giant lotus falling from the sky and slowly blooming. White flames danced in the lotus, burning the void. Ha! Suddenly, a roar came from the lotus sword qi. A figure suddenly struck out several palms, and huge demonic runes appeared in the air and pressed down in all directions. Boom! The sword qi and the flame exploded, turning into countless sharp sword qi fragments and sparks, scurrying in all directions, accidentally injuring dozens of people. The surrounding people were all shocked and madly walked away, leaving a few thousand feet of empty space. Xing's body slowly appeared at the point of the explosion. All the fiendish cultivators seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to enter the vacuum. Flying! Chu Hongyan was startled in the distance. She wanted to make a way for Yunxiao, for fear that he would be in danger. However, there were too many demonic cultivators, and demonic fiends were as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. He could barely care about them. "Don't come over!" Yunxiao shouted. "Don't come over!" There were a few others who also wanted to come forward, but they immediately gave up after hearing this and focused on killing the devil cultivators. "Give me the rainbow demon's sword!" Xing extended his hand. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and said contemptuously, "Give it to you? What are the benefits?" "Maybe I can keep him alive," Xing said. "Maybe?" Yunxiao laughed. "Maybe?" Xing nodded. "Because I still have to strip the power of the demonic master emperor from your body. I might kill you, so I can't guarantee anything." "Tell me," Yunxiao said. "Who the hell are you?" "Lord Man's subordinate, second-grade devil Lord Xing," Xing replied. "Lord Man." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes as he recalled the man who possessed Luanyu in the eternal world. "What level of demon lord is Lord Man?" "Third or fourth grade. He seems to have a high status and prestige." "Humph, ignorant," Xing said. "This is the wishful thinking of the realm of heavenly martial arts. There were only two levels of demonic monarch, corresponding to the sovereign patriarch and the void realm of heavenly martial arts. Above that is the venerable of the devil, corresponding to the creation realm of heavenly martial arts, and Lord Man is the venerable of the devil. There are several demon supremacies in the devil realm, Yunxiao said. And what's the existence above the demon supremacies that corresponds to the realm of regional kings? Hehe, you want to know about the strength of the devil world? Haha, so what if he knew? Above demon commander was the peak of a world, and they were called saint demons. I can tell you this. Back then, the demon lord Didaran was the holy demon, and the holy demon who obtained the Six Paths demon weapon was the demon lord. Xing ridiculed, his eyes flashing with a mocking light. He laughed contemptuously. Today's battle will be your burial ground. Knowing more will only add to your unnecessary worries. You won't even be able to die a happy death. How sad. You're tight-lipped, Yunxiao said. You're just worried, because you don't have any confidence in killing us. Although there are many devils in the void, they are just cannon fodder. You have eyes, so you can take a good look. There were rustling sounds all around. The more fiends there were, the more fiendish cultivators were killed. Although many martial artists of the three sects had also died, most of them were below the immortal level, and their vital chi had not been truly injured. On the contrary, the devil cultivators were being devoured on a large scale, and more than half of those who died were killed by the powerhouses of the three sects who were at least at the divine sovereign realm. The other party was simply unable to contend with this portion of strength. Humph, a bunch of minions, just dregs of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Do you think that you can be compared to the demons just because you've cultivated demonic arts? They're just our lackeys. Xing didn't care about the life and death of these people. His face was full of contempt and ridicule. Yunxiao's heart sank. The information revealed by this sentence was very important, which proved that the fiends did not care about these forces in the sea of soul formation at all. I'll tell you another piece of news that will make you fall into despair. Xing's eyes shot out an evil smile. There are a total of 8 demon supremacies that rule the devil world, and Lord Man is only one of them. 8. Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. This was the first time he knew the strength of the top experts in the fiend realm. What about the holy fiend? Haha, you're still delusional for wanting to know about the holy demon, let alone the 8 demon venerables. Just Lord Man alone can wipe out this world. Xing Kuang laughed. He had already learned about the current situation of the realm of heavenly martial arts from Lu Zongzi. As far as he knew, the heavenly martial arts realm didn't even have a single creation realm expert. With his strength, he was already at the peak. The gap between the two realms was like the distance between heaven and earth. Obediently hand over the rainbow demonic sword, and this lord will reward you with an undying life. Xing approached step by step, his eyes full of excitement, desire, and greed. Although his whole body was wrapped in armor and his face couldn't be seen clearly, his eyes were enough to show his inner thoughts. Come here. Xing grabbed the air and said ferociously. The entire void rumbled and collapsed towards his palm, forming a huge vortex with him as the center. All the martial artists and devil cultivators within a radius of 1,000 feet were affected. Their expressions changed and they all used the stop technique to prevent themselves from being pulled by the suction force. Yunxiao also cast an immobilization art and stood in the same place. His body flickered with golden light, but the force was too strong, pressing him forward and pushing him toward the center of the vortex Xing's palm. Yunxiao raised his hand, and 6 colored beams of light swirled up and condensed into the Tusada heavenly peak. On his left hand, his fingers were like a blade, and lightning flickered on them. As his body moved, a long tail of lightning appeared. The two of them looked at each other with cold eyes, and the distance between them was getting closer. Thousands of feet away, all the cultivators who were fighting were so shocked that they looked at the void. Die! When the distance between them was shortened to 100 feet, Yunxiao suddenly launched an attack. The Tusada heavenly peak rose in the wind and smashed toward him. The 6-colored radiance shone for tens of thousands of feet and the Tusada peak instantly expanded to half a mu in size. It pressed down with a sharp whistling sound and its power was shocking. Xing's entire body was in the shadow, as small as an ant. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and a flower-like emo matrix appeared between his brows. The palm that was absorbing the energy made a grabbing motion, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Even the Tusada peak was affected, as if its momentum had stopped for a moment, and the light was frozen. Howling wind tear! Xing Hanqing shouted as his 5 fingers struck out like a claw. A palm print pierced through the 6-colored radiance and struck the Tusada peak, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Countless streaks of black light shot out and devoured the 6-colored radiance. The spiritual light on the Tusada heavenly peak instantly disappeared, but Xing also groaned in fear. Cracking sounds could be heard from within his body. The mountain peak and Xing's figures were faintly visible under the black light. After a few flashes, they appeared again. The spiritual light of the Tushita sky peak dissipated after being hit, and it returned to the size of a fist. Xing's body swayed a few times before he flew back. Yunxiao took a step forward and took the Tusada peak into his palm. Then, He took another step forward and used spatial bending to chase after Xing. The other party had taken the Tusada Heavenly Peak head-on, so he was obviously injured and wanted to escape. However, a second-grade demon lord was definitely one of the main commanders of this battlefield. He could not be let go. A giant hand of lightning formed in the air, covering several acres of space. Like an eagle catching a chick, it grabbed towards Xing. In the distance, Yu Chun was scared stiff. Xing, who was extremely powerful in his heart, had been defeated in one move and had to flee in a sorry state. This had completely turned his excitement into ice, and his confidence had instantly collapsed. Xing Ye's eyes were dark as he looked at the giant lightning hand. He wasn't injured to the point where he couldn't fight anymore. Although he was injured, it wasn't serious and didn't even affect him much. However, there were cracks on his armor. If the battle continued, it would most likely break. Lu Zongzi had spent a great deal of effort to refine the Dark Yama armor, which could balance the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. Each piece was a priceless treasure, and not every second-grade demon lord under Man-Man had one. Once the armor was damaged, they would definitely be punished when they returned. What was more serious was that if the armor was damaged, he would be suppressed by the realm power, and he might even die here. So when the armor cracked, he couldn't care about snatching the rainbow magic sword and turn to leave. At this moment, the giant thunder hand was as fast as lightning. It grabbed him in an instant. He didn't have time to think. He raised his hand with a gloomy face and punched out. The fist force spun, and demonic chi shot out, turning into a huge fist to meet the attack. Bang! In the vast void, two fists that were several acres in size collided. Boom, boom, boom. The giant thunder hand was constantly torn apart, but the demonic fist actually had the upper hand. After shattering the giant thunder hand, it was almost torn apart as well. It turned into countless demonic lights and shot up, disappearing into the end of the void. Yun Xiao, who had intended to keep chasing, suddenly stopped. He had thought that Xing must have been seriously injured to escape, so he planned to take him down in one go. However, the punch just now was full of energy, and it was clear that the injury was far less severe than he had guessed. After the punch, Xing's body took advantage of the momentum and rolled back a few times. He returned to Yu Chen's side and made a hand seal. The dark hell armor on his body was removed, revealing his true body. Lord Xing, are you all right? Yu Chen asked, trembling. Humph. What can happen to me? Xing Nu snorted and glared at Yu Chen with cold eyes. Yu Chen was so scared that he shut his mouth immediately. The attack just now caused a crack to appear on the dark Hades armor, Xing said coldly, his face dark. What? What? Yu Chen was shocked. The dark Yama is extremely strong. Can withstand half of your power. Not enough. Half is far from enough. I want a stronger armor. Xing's eyes were spitting fire as he said coldly. He stared at Yu Chen and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Go and refine it. Yu Chen felt a sharp pain in his shoulders. It was as if a knife was cutting his tendons, bones, and flesh. Even his neck was about to be torn apart. He said in pain, Sir, you're urging me. I can't refine it. You can't refine it? Aren't you an alchemist? Xing's eyes were filled with a fierce light and a bit of killing intent. Yu Chen felt a chill in his heart. Even alchemists are divided into different levels and directions, Yu Chen said with a trembling voice. In this world, only the master alchemist knows how to do it. Humph. Trash. Fuck. Xing cursed. He released his hands and restrained his hostility. He glared at Yun Xiao, who was fighting in the distance, and said, These minions can't hold on any longer. The second round of attacks should be coming soon, right? Yu Chen took out a bronze mirror and cast a few incantation seals. The mirror glowed and an image appeared. In the depths of the ancient Devil's Well, in front of the regional wall, there was a row of huge balls. Hundreds and thousands of formations appeared on the regional wall, and monstrous demonic chi poured out of the formations, pouring into those spheres. It should be soon. Yu Chen retracted his gaze and said, Humph, Lu Zongzi is so dilly-dally when doing something. You humans are always so unhappy. Xing Ji was extremely dissatisfied, but he didn't know how to vent his anger. He could only scold Yu Chun like he was his grandson. All of a sudden, Xing's eyes turned to the law lock that trapped Yi Nantian. He had a strange feeling. Who is that person? Yu Chun followed his gaze and saw a man who looked like a metal puppet standing outside the law lock. He was holding a sword with both hands and had a cold expression on his face. Yu Chun did not recognize this man and could only shake his head. El Razan. Xing angrily Cursia. One ayant no enitm. Yu Chen's face turned pale with anger. He could only swallow his anger. Inside the law lock, Yi Nantian kept making hand seals to study how to break the lock. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the person outside the lock. This metal man was from the heavenly martial union, and he was only at the true immortal realm. He hadn't said a word, and no one knew what he was doing. He just stood outside the lock. Who are you? Yi Nantian couldn't help asking. The metal man spoke for the first time. I'm observing this law lock. Maybe I can cut it off. You? Yi Nantian obviously didn't believe him, but he still said in a friendly way, then I'll have to trouble you to try. All right, he said. The metal man picked up the sword in his hand. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on the sword. It was a strange text, and the entire sword became transparent. Yi Nantian was surprised. The sword was so sharp that it gave him a sense of righteousness. It seemed to be effective against demonic creatures. The metallic man raised his sword and slashed down. Bang! 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 Countless nodes exploded under the sword power, collapsing into devil essence. The crack cut by the sword was slowly healing. However, Yi Nantian was stunned. He said with joy, "It didn't split." After a moment, the crack closed up on its own, and the surrounding nodes slowly moved toward this space, as if they would automatically balance the power. In the distance, Xing and Yu Chun were also dumbfounded. The two of them exclaimed at the same time, "Impossible! What should we do?" Yu Chun said, embarrassed. Xing's mouth was also wide open in shock, but he instantly recovered and said coldly, "It must be the sword. What kind of sword is that?" Yu Chun couldn't answer either. He had no idea what kind of sword this was that it could cut open the law lock. The metallic man raised his sword again and said, "Milord, pay attention." A golden light appeared on the sword once again, and the roar of a beast came from within. The metal man began to exert its sword force. "Stop him!" Xing shouted. "Stop that man and kill him!" As the voice rang out, some of the devil cultivators near the metal man seemed to be intimidated by it. They left their original opponents and rushed toward the metal man. However, how could the martial artists of the three sects do as they wished? They also swarmed towards the rule lock in large numbers to kill those fiendish cultivators. Noble thousand conquest art. The metal man let out a roar and slashed out with his sword. The sword shadow was vast and powerful, like rain, and it hit the rule lock. Countless nodes instantly exploded with a bang bang bang, and a huge hole was torn out. "Many thanks." Yi Nantian was overjoyed. He stepped out and laughed wildly. Then he cupped his hands and said, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The metallic man kept his sword and said, "Mo Jingzhou." The metal man was the ancestor of the Mo clan. Mo Jingzhou, who had been attached to the Tiangang demon-destroying sword, had also forged a body with divine steel and followed Ling Mu Di here. Mo Jingzhou? Wan Wan? Yi Nantian repeated the name a few times in his mind. He felt that this man was a stranger to him. But no matter what, he was still happy that this man was from the Heavenly Martial League. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you again. As fellow demon slayers, you're too polite." Mo Jingzhou replied. Yi Nantian nodded gratefully. He didn't say anything more. He just shouted to the sky and disappeared. Yi Nantian seemed to be suppressed. He rushed into the battlefield like a golden dragon. Wherever he went, there were screams. Xing was furious. He grabbed Yu Chen's collar and shouted, "How long more? How long will it take for the chrysalis to hatch?" I know. Yu Chen's neck was strangled. He couldn't breathe, and his face turned red. Is Lord Xing's patience that bad? A voice rang out, and the ancient devil's well seemed to change. It began to spin and expand, and soon it was several times larger. The well was like a galaxy, flashing with terrifying power. In the background of the galaxy, Lu Zongzi appeared with a silver cane and a smile on his face. Success. Xing was shocked and overjoyed. You succeeded. Lu Zongzi nodded and then shook his head. Did you succeed or not? Xing Yin's face was grim and he said angrily. I succeeded, but I also failed, Lu Zongzi said. Xing. Haha. If it was anyone else who spoke to me like this, they would have already turned into pieces of the universe, he said coldly. Hee. That's why I said that Lord Xing's patience is poor. Lu Zongzi smiled faintly. Fuck you. Talk to me like a human. Xing gritted his teeth. He was so anxious that his eyes were spewing fire, and his hair was standing on end. He wanted to eat Lu Zongzi. Only then did Lu Zongzi restrain his teasing and said seriously, A few chrysalis have hatched, but they look different from what I expected. In and out? Xing asked, stunned. Lu Zongzi waved his hand, and a demonic light appeared and slowly dispersed into a curtain. Inside, a few fat animals were staggering. Their bellies were so big that they almost touched the ground, and their feet could not be seen. Her hands were very slender, almost out of proportion to her body. Her head was flat and long, her eyes were fierce, and there was a pair of wings on her back. This is a primordial form Jichu? Xing was stunned. Lu Zongzi nodded and said, It must have changed. The chrysalis was taken from the devil realm and stayed in the heavenly martial realm for too long. It's normal for it to change under the influence of the realm power. But Ing Luo Xing smacked his forehead and said, Yuan Xiangjichin is so fat. Can you fight? Lu Zongzi smiled, and his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Ha, he can do more than just fight. This thing was born in the devil realm and the heavenly martial realm, and it is suppressed by the two realms. It is much stronger than the Yuan Xiangjichu in the devil realm. It should be called a super Yuan Xiangjichu, or the second Yuan Xiangjichu. Yuan Xiangjichu's second swan and I. Stop talking nonsense and get these things to come out and fight. Xing waved his hand. Also, my dark Yama armor is broken. Hurry up and repair it for me. Lu Zongzi looked at him indifferently and said, Repairing the armor is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Lord Xing, you should be more patient. Anger appeared between Xing's brows, but he didn't say anything. Lu Zongzi raised his left hand, formed a seal with his 5 fingers, and placed it in front of him. The giant well behind him started to spin again. It was like a flower bud that was unceasingly blooming, and it was like a giant star constellation. This change immediately attracted the attention of the martial artists from the 3 sections. At this moment, all the devil cultivators retreated without a care. Many of them would rather be hunted down and be seriously injured than to fight. The 3 sects' martial artists' spirits were greatly roused, and they took the opportunity to pursue and kill many. Don't chase, Inantian suddenly shouted. However, a few of the martial artists were too far away when suddenly, a stretch of darkness spread out in front of them. With a chi sound, it enveloped them and they disappeared. Yun Xiao was taken aback. Even he could not find the warriors in the dark, as if they had disappeared into thin air. What's that? Inantian was shocked as well. The dark light was coming from the flower-like nebula. The well was getting weirder and weirder. Yun Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise as he said, This star constellation seems to contain formation power. It'll be troublesome if we get caught in it. But no matter what, the well is the eye of the formation. As long as we can break it, the entire star constellation will be destroyed. Inantian said in a deep voice, Good! I'll break the array core. Everyone listen up. Now, Li Yunxiao will be in charge of the highest command. With that, his body flashed with golden light and he disappeared. Everyone, back off! Yunxiao shouted. This black light is a little strange. Don't get caught in it. A large number of martial artists turned into flying lights and retreated, directly retreating 1,000 feet before stopping. Soon, The place where he had been standing was swallowed up by the black light. The flower-like constellation was still expanding, and Yi Nantian also disappeared as he moved forward. However, under Yunxiao's magical spirit eyes, he could vaguely see a golden light, so he should be fine for the time being. I remember now, Ling Mudi said in a deep voice. These black lights are magic fog lights. Once you enter them, you will lose your 5 senses and 6 senses. It could easily cause dizziness, confusion, and emotional irritability. But it's not very strong on its own and can be found anywhere in the demon realm. As long as you use the power of the elements, you can break it. Yunxiao casually threw out a flame, which exploded in the air and turned into Xen Kueli's flame, spreading out in a fan shape. The light rushed into the demonic mist and lit up the area. The demonic mist was immediately dispersed by a small portion. However, in just a few breaths, Xian Kueli's flames were devoured and returned to their original pitch-black state. Yunxiao said, "It's feasible. Everyone, follow me to break the formation core." A gust of strong wind whirled around his body and turned into a mini crocodile on his shoulder. The crocodile suddenly exhaled, and a large gust of strong wind blew away the demonic fog, revealing a flat road. "I'll take the lead," Yunxiao said. "You guys follow me. If I fall into the formation, Lord Mulingdi will be the highest commander. Listen to the flute, this metallic man." Except for the heavenly martial union, the warriors of Mysterious Separation Island and the Holy Region were all stunned, with strange expressions on their faces. Although some people were still unconvinced that Yunxiao was the supreme commander, his performance along the way made them reluctantly accept it. But this Ling Mudi didn't even have a physical body. He was attached to a metal puppet, and his cultivation wasn't very high, so how could he convince the masses? Immediately, someone let out a muffled groan to show his dissatisfaction. Hao Feng, on the other hand, was suddenly shocked. He sized up Ling Mudi in surprise and asked carefully, "Are you the king of the northern region of Xuanji? I didn't expect anyone to still remember me," Ling Mudi said, nodding. With his personality, he did not want to use his identity to oppress others, but now was a critical moment, and he could not afford to be pretentious. He had to convince the crowd as soon as possible and become Yunxiao's substitute when something happened. Only in this way could he stabilize himself at the most critical moment. "What? He is one of the 4 kings, the prince of the northern region, Kwai Mudi." All sorts of shocked voices rang out, and it became a little noisy. Most of the people from the sanctuary frowned, as they were unfamiliar with this name. The experts of Mysterious Separation Island were shocked. Their island master was only one of the 4 kings, and the current title of the 4 kings of Mysterious Separation Island was created by Yi Qingyu to commemorate the 4 of them. "So it's Lord Mudi. I've been disrespectful." Hao Feng cupped his fists in respect. Many martial artists also showed respect and cupped their fists in greeting. Ling Mudi waved his hand. "You don't have to be so polite. It's our duty to kill demons. I hope you can abandon all prejudices, trust each other, and work together." "Lord Mudi is right." Hao Feng was the first to respond. As soon as he spoke, the rest of the people naturally did not have any more objections. "Let's go," Yunxiao said. "We've already wasted a lot of time. I hope Yinantian and the other friends are fine." The demonic mist quickly swallowed the path opened up by the astral winds and attacked everyone. The crocodile let out another breath and opened up another path. However, this passage was much narrower than the previous one. The crocodile was stunned for a moment and frowned. Yunxiao and the others had also noticed it, but they did not think too much about it, thinking that the crocodile was not working hard enough. Many high-level martial sovereigns had died in the previous battle. At this moment, there were less than 200 people left. All of them flew toward the passage. In front of the ancient devil's well, Lu Zongzi was still making hand seals with one hand and holding a silver crutch. However, his long robe was in tatters, and his face was no longer as calm as before. Blue veins were popping on his forehead. Xing's expression was also ugly. He seemed to have used a lot of energf. His chest heaved up and down violently as he looked ahead coldly. Dozens of feet away from the two, Yinantian was sitting in the air with his legs crossed, his body covered in golden light. The Noah's boat between his eyebrows flashed and floated, and golden light constantly shot out, but it was blocked 3 feet around him and could not penetrate. His entire body was surrounded by layers of magic light balls, a total of 9 layers. The 9-layered ball of magic light stuck together and slowly fused. "I'm in." Lu Congzi suddenly looked ecstatic, and he could not help but throw his head back and laugh. "Ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao is indeed bold, but he is still a little too inexperienced." He thought that the power of elements could disperse the demonic fog. This wrong judgment is enough to put them to eternal damnation. Xing Tsang's face, which was as white as paper, recovered a little. "I've finally heard some good news. If it's an ordinary demonic fog, it can indeed be dispersed by the power of the elements. But this is the demonic fog that Lord Man collected from the sky above St. Devil Valley and has floated for hundreds of millions of years. Even this Lord is not willing to touch this thing. There are 10 second-generation primordial formjichin inside the demonic mist," Lu Congzi said. "They won't be able to escape even if they have wings. They'll definitely be wiped out." Inside the magic light ball, Yinanshan's face turned pale. He was anxious. His hands quickly formed seals, and golden runes danced around him like 100 butterflies flying through flowers. Together with the saint artifact light between his eyebrows, he struck the demonic light ball. The ball of magic light trembled violently, and the fusion of the 9 layers was hindered and began to separate. Xing's face darkened and he said coldly, "Lu Congzi, let's think of a way to kill this man first. This person's strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid he's only 1 step away from the manifestation stage." Lu Congzi's arm, which was holding the silver crutch, also trembled. With a look of lingering fear on his face, he shook his head and said, "It's too difficult to kill someone. At least it's not possible with just the 2 of us. After the Yuanxiang Jichen's 2nd generation kills all these martial artists, we'll use our strength to kill him." Xing Dangyu asked, "Can the 9-layered chrysalis last until then?" There were originally 10 layers, but he actually broke through 1. What a terrifying power! He's probably the strongest person in the realm of heavenly martial arts, right? Xing's eyes were full of fear. "I'm not sure if he's the strongest," Lu Congzi said, "but he's at least in the top 3 and top 5. Xing nodded and didn't say anything else. "I'll send 3 primordial form Jichin descendants to kill Li Yunxiao first," Lu Congzi said. "This man is the chosen one, and we must get rid of him as soon as possible." 3. Xing frowned. "I've seen the 2nd generation's power just now, so there's no need for that. 1 is enough, 2 is enough. It's better to be safe than sorry," Lu Congzi chuckled and said. "But I'm not confident even if there are 3 of them." Yu Chun felt cold sweat all over his body. He recalled the horrifying scene just now. Even Lu Congzi and Xing were suppressed by Yinantian when they joined hands. But the addition of a Yuanxiang Jichu turned the situation around. Lu Congzi had to spare some time to trap Yinantian with 10-pupil formation. They had actually sent 3 of such terrifying primordial form Jichin to deal with Yunxiao. Xing nodded. "It's true. We have to make sure everything goes well. I'm free now. I'll go in and supervise the battle." Yu Chun was bewildered, and a strange expression appeared on his face. What's he going to supervise? Lu Congzi also smiled and said, "Lord Xing has just used up too much demonic power, and he's also being suppressed by the realm power. There's no need for you to supervise the battle. It's better for you to enter the center of the array and recover." "It's fine," Xing said. "The demonic mist's attributes are extremely strong. The suppression I feel in the mist isn't that obvious. Yunxiao's identity is extraordinary, and I can only be at ease after I'm sure he's dead." After saying that, he turned around and ran into the demonic mist. "My lord, you're doing this for the power of the Devil Lord, right?" Lu Congzi smiled indifferently. Xing's body froze on the spot, as if he had been cast with a petrifying spell. Lu Congzi chuckled. "Lord Xing, you can't do that. The power of the demon monarch is the most important thing that Lord Man has warned us about. Do you dare to take it all for yourself?" Shut up. Xing turned around and shouted angrily. Who said I was going to keep it all for myself? I was just going to find that power and offer it to Lord Man. If Yunxiao is killed and this power is lost, can you bear the responsibility? His eyes were spitting fire, and his expression was terrible. Hehe. I can't. Lu Zongzi shook his head repeatedly and smiled very calmly. Then what are you blabbering about? Xing angrily cursed. Get lost. Lu Zongzi had seen through his thoughts, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He turned around and left after cursing. Lu Zongzi suddenly said, Does Lord Xing really not want to obtain the Demon Lord Emperor's power? It's related to the Six Paths demonic weapon, and as far as I know, Yunxiao also has the Rainbow Stone, which is the key to becoming a fiend's supremacy. Xing stopped again, turned around, and sneered. This lord is loyal and devoted to Sir Man. Don't you dare try to sow discord. Hehe. You've misunderstood, my lord. Do you think I, Lu Zongzi, am that kind of person? You must know that there is more than one portion of the Devil Master's power. Offering the Devil Master's power to Sir Man is not in conflict with getting a portion of it for yourself. Lu Zongzi smiled and looked at Xing quietly with a cunning light in his eyes, as if he had the other party in the palm of his hand. Xing felt extremely disgusted and wanted to punch him, but the attraction of the Six Paths demonic weapon was too great. No matter how disgusted he felt, he had to endure it. He gritted his teeth and said, What are you talking about? Just tell me what you mean. Hehe, as long as I don't tell anyone, no one will know, Lu Zongzi said with a sinister smile. Lord Xing can refine the Rainbow Stone before comprehending the Six Paths MO weapon. What's the condition? Xing asked in a deep voice. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. My lord, you just need to make a heart oath that you owe me a favor, Lu Zongzi said with a smile. It's that simple? I'm afraid you won't be able to return this favor even if you pay 10 times the price in the future, Xing said coldly. Good. I promise you. Xing was also a heroic figure. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed and immediately swore. If I can get the Rainbow Stone and the power of the Fiend Lord from Li Yunxiao, I'll owe you a favor. If you don't return it, you'll be devoured by the heavenly demon and be beyond redemption. Good. Ha ha ha. Lord Xing is indeed forthright. Lu Zongzi was in a good mood, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. We'll be a family in the future, so I hope Lord Xing will take care of us. No problem. Xing waved his hand. Darren is now a popular person in front of Darren Man. I should be the one asking for your care. There's still a long way to go, Lu Zongzi said. Let's work together and take care of each other. Yes. Xing nodded and said, I'll go and see if that Li Yunxiao is dead or not. Lu Zongzi said, Your Excellency's injuries aren't shallow. I have a pill that is very nourishing for the demons. Darren can use it to treat your injuries. In addition, Yuchun, Lord Xing can't move freely, so you should go with him. The black ring on his hand flashed, and a jade box fell into his palm. He then handed it over. Yuchun was stunned for a moment. He didn't dare to resist. He hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes. Xing gave Yuchun a meaningful look, then took the jade box. He opened it and saw a dark green pill. He stared at it for a while. Although there were alchemists in the devil realm, they were extremely rare. If he had the time and energy to refine pills, he might as well swallow a few 10-directional evil spirits. He could even swallow a few demon lords for nourishment, so medicinal pills were very rare. Xing hesitated for a while before placing the pill in his mouth and swallowing it. After a few breaths, his expression changed and his eyes lit up. What kind of pill is this? I developed it and I call it the Mana Replenishing Pill, Lu Zongzi said. Demon Replenishing Pill, Demon Replenishing Pill. Concise and to the point, you hit the nail on the head. Sir, do you still have these pills? Can you give me a few more? Xing asked excitedly. It feels like I've just digested a 10-directional brutal soul. The so-called digestion was to directly absorb the power of one 10-directional evil spirit. They might not be able to fully absorb one even if they swallowed more than 10, but this elixir did it easily. Lu Zongzi shook his head with a wry smile. This elixir was refined by me using the 10-directional evil spirit. I only managed to refine one elixir with 3 of them. Consumed too much energy. Xing immediately looked disappointed. Refining 1 out of 3 is already very powerful. Next time, I'll catch more 10-directional brutal fiends for you, my lord. I hope you can help me refine a few more. Well said, Lu Zongzi said with a smile. Xing nodded. The relationship between the two seemed to have become much closer. He looked at Yu Chan and said, "Let's go," he said. The two of them immediately rushed into the demonic mist and disappeared. Lu Zongzi watched them disappear. He pondered for a while and then walked to the chrysalis, watching Yi Nantian struggle inside. With a smile, he waved his right hand and a row of runes appeared in front of him. He flew to the cocoon and imprinted them. The 9-layered chrysalis started to transform, wriggling slowly before fusing again. Inanshan's eyes were wide open. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only attack the chrysalis crazily, but it didn't work. But the road was getting narrower and narrower, and after walking for a while, Yunxiao suddenly stopped, his face changing. "Not good. We're in trouble. What's wrong?" The rest of the people also stopped and asked in surprise. Ling Mudi came forward, looked around and said, "An illusory formation." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "However, we're sure that we're lost. Based on the distance we've seen before and our speed, we should have arrived long ago." "I had my suspicions too," Ling Mudi said. "There were no turns along the way. It was a straight path." Yunxiao's face turned unsightly as he patted the crocodile on his shoulder and scolded, "You didn't eat? Blow harder." Hoo. The crocodile jumped up and transformed into its half-beast form. It opened its mouth and blew out a few gusts of strong wind in all directions. The demonic mist kept attacking from all directions, and the 200 martial artists squeezed into the center, afraid of touching the mist. An astral wind blew past everyone and blew away the demonic fog, but it was obviously not enough. It didn't seem to have much effect, only delaying it. Yunxiao's face changed even more. He knew that the crocodile had done his best, so he cried out in a deep voice, "Let's go up to the sky!" He immediately grabbed with his 5 fingers and threw out a piece of Xian Kueli flame light, which shot into the sky. The light rushed into the demonic mist and immediately opened a path. Yunxiao shouted, "Follow me!" Ling Mudi and the others immediately understood. This demonic fog carried a strange power of space. So many experts had been fooled. The east, west, south, and north were probably impassable. They could only try the top and bottom directions. However, just as Xian Kueli's flames spread out for a few thousand feet, the demonic mist around them suddenly became intense. It rolled like clouds and pressed down, swallowing all the light. The demonic mist howled and transformed into a huge demonic fiend. It let out 2 schwa-schwa sounds and swooped down. It opened its mouth wide and bit down. It was dozens of acres in size and cross space. The martial artists of the 3 sects felt as if the heavens were pressing down on them, and the entire demonic mist was like a living giant beast. "How could this be?" Ling Mudi asked in shock. "This isn't an ordinary demonic mist." However, it was too late. The terrifying demonic fiend bit down and swallowed everyone. Demon Fiend then closed his eyes, and his body slowly dissolved, turning into an ordinary demonic mist and blending into the surroundings. "This mist is so corrosive. Don't get it on your skin." The 3 sects' martial artists. Alarmed cries came from within the demonic mist, and they began to panic and clamor. "Everyone, calm down. Stay where you are. This demonic mist has a spatial attribute," Yunxiao said loudly. "I'm afraid you'll get lost in it if you move around." "Why aren't you moving? Are we going to stay here all the time?" "We should continue flying up," someone immediately said unhappily. "The fog's corrosive, but it's nothing compared to our strength." "Yes, we should find the direction and get out of here as soon as possible," everyone agreed. "Don't worry," Yunxiao cried out. "The strangeness of this fog has exceeded our expectations. Let's think of a foolproof plan before we act. or will easily fall into a passive position. How else can I be forced into a passive state? I'm already passive enough. Exactly. Does this Li Yunxiao really have leadership skills? We've been placed in a desperate situation. Humph, we've seen more beautiful women than he has. What talent can he have? It's just that Master Yi Nantian admires him. Sigh. I knew it would be troublesome, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. All kinds of voices of suspicion and dissatisfaction came from all directions and spread to the front. Yunxiao and the others' faces turned ugly when they heard it. At this moment, even Yunxiao himself felt a little guilty for bringing everyone in at once. If he had been more careful and divided his men into several groups, he would not have ended up like this. Calm down. Ling Mudi stepped forward. Everyone can be confused, but you can't. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He came out of his self-blame and nodded gratefully at Ling Mudi. Don't panic, Ling Mudi said. After all, this is your first time leading such a big battle. I believe you can do it. Everyone, be quiet, Yunxiao cried out. At this moment, we can only suppress our movements with silence. It will be more dangerous if we act rashly. Quiet? Do you think you can be a handsome man in peace? Sitting there quietly is waiting for death. That's right. If we don't move, the enemy won't move either. They'll just waste our patience and strength like this and wait until we're tired before they attack. That's right, you have to find your own way out. If you don't want to wait for death, then follow me. An expert from Mysterious Separation Island shouted. He put his hands together in front of him and raised them above his head, forming two rainbows that separated at his sides. Then, with a loud shout, his body glowed with multicolored light and rushed into the sky. Stop! Hao Feng was shocked and furious. You still have no discipline. Ha, discipline? I'm sorry, but I can't follow the discipline of waiting for death. That person laughed wildly. A few martial artists couldn't hold back and followed him into the sky. With everyone's combined efforts, the demonic mist was separated. However, after flying for a few thousand feet, the light weakened and was directly swallowed by the darkness. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. They didn't know what the outcome of those people was now. Alliance Master Yun, can you see that person's condition? Hao Feng asked. Yunxiao's moon-like eyes flickered for a while as he said, That person stopped in the air and didn't move. He must have lost his way. But there's no danger at the moment. Is it true? You can see this. Someone immediately sneered and said with a suspicious attitude, If he's that awesome, we wouldn't be in this situation now. I've cultivated the wondrous spell Spirit Eyes, and I'm a 10th tier sorcerer god, Yunxiao said patiently. Although this demonic mist has some obstacles, it can only weaken my vision and divine sense, not completely block them. I'm indeed responsible for the current situation, but I hope that everyone can still trust me as always. Otherwise, if the people's hearts are scattered, it will be even more difficult to kill the demons. Alliance Master Yun is right, Hao Feng said. I'll support him first. Chu Hongyan, Chen Duantian, and the other members of the Heavenly Martial Union also expressed their support one after another. Immediately, there were no more voices of opposition. Everyone was silent, which proved that they had all tacitly agreed to his leadership. Apart from Water Deity, none of the martial sovereigns who had reached the high-level martial supreme realm or even the godly state were idiots. They all understood the importance of unity. Thank you for your trust. Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, I will do my best to lead everyone out. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head, his right eye blood red and his left ink black, and looked up into the sky. Duh! What the hell is that? Yunxiao's face turned extremely unsightly in an instant, and he was filled with horror. Under his gaze, the warriors who had flown away were still in the air. It was unknown if they had fallen into an illusion or something else, but they were still in place. Above them, a huge fat monster fell down. The monster was 200 to 300 feet tall, and its limbs were extremely small. The most prominent part was its belly, which was as smooth as jade, but its arms and back were full of bumps. Bang! The moment the monster landed, it opened its mouth and spat out a wave of demonic light. Boom! The few martial artists were immediately sucked in, and 2 of them died on the spot with a blood-curdling scream. A few people reacted and immediately used their divine abilities to defend. What's going on? The sudden change in the sky and the screams immediately caused panic among the martial artists of the 3 sects, and they all hurriedly went on guard. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He retracted his gaze and stared straight ahead as he gritted his teeth and said, "Be careful, my lords. There's a monster. Monster!" Everyone looked around, and then followed Xianxia's gaze. They felt the void trembling in front of them, as if some incredible monster was walking in the demonic fog. "Be careful!" Xianxia gave a loud cry as he suddenly broke through the demonic fog in front of him, and several strong black beams of light shot out. He put his fingers together between his eyebrows, and the light of the spell god spread out from his body, directly twisting the space. Boom! 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 The several black lights seemed to turn in the demonic fog, and they followed the twisted space to the side of everyone. Everyone immediately became chaotic and scattered. Xianxia was shocked, and he felt that he was in big trouble. He had lost the senses of the warriors who had scattered around. As he was panicking, a huge shadow appeared in the sky, and a fat monster pounced at him. Everyone was thrown into chaos by the bombardment and scattered like gravel. Although Xianxia was anxious, he had no choice but to turn into a bolt of lightning and escape from the monster. Boom! The Xianxia missed. It howled and looked up at him before pouncing again. Xianxia turned into thunder again and fled in the air a few times, but the thing was indeed in hot pursuit. It could teleport with a flap of its wings, and the demonic mist could not block the vision of the Xianxia at all. Knowing that he could not escape, Xianxia had no choice but to stop, turn around, and thrust his sword at the man. Boom! Xianxia spat out a ray of demonic light, striking the sword ray and causing a terrifying spiritual pressure to burst out. Xianxia only felt a huge pressure coming at him, and his sword momentum was shattered, putting him at a disadvantage. Boom! After the demonic light shattered the sword beam, it continued to rush toward him. Xianxia pulled back his sword and waved it horizontally, creating a small sword realm to block the attack, but he was still pushed back hundreds of feet. What is this thing? It's so powerful! Xianxia was shocked, and he could no longer sense anyone around him. Clearly, everyone had been separated. When he thought about how the others were also facing such an enemy, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. What he was most worried about now was not knowing how many of these things there were. If there were tens or even hundreds of them, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was almost as if they would be wiped out. No! We must quickly get out of this predicament. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Xianxia. He performed a sword incantation with one hand, and 36 northern heaven cold star swords flew out, spinning around Xianxia. The sword realm opened and the 36 swords formed into sword shapes, locking the Xianxia like a prison. Xianxia raised his hand again, and the Tusita peak slowly rose and flew over at a high speed. The primordial form Xichin would not be willing to be trapped. It waved its hands and roared. The terrifying sound waves spread out, shattering the space and shaking the sword world. Xianxia changed the incantation gesture with both hands and shouted, "Tian K!" His right eye turned into a moon pupil, and an extremely strong mental energy charged over as if it had substance. A layer of white light appeared in the sword realm and covered the Xianxia, suppressing his violent emotions and actions. In an instant, the Tusita heavenly peak turned into a small mountain and fell down. Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force struck the Tusita heavenly peak, causing it to shake violently. What? Not only did Xiao's eyes pop out of his head, but a mouthful of blood also gushed up his throat, almost about to spurt out. The Tusita peak was struck and he suffered a backlash as well. Another primordial form Wisdom Gu appeared in front of them. It was the one who crashed into Do Shui heavenly peak and saved its companion. Ayuwu! Xiao could not care less about the backlash of various forces, because a sense of danger emerged in his heart, and then a chill ran down his spine. He was now in extreme danger. He placed a hand between his brows and frantically used his spiritual power to distort the space. Teleport. Boom! A beam of demonic light fell and broke the spatial distortion in an instant. Although it did not hit Xiao directly, it shattered his mental power and sent him flying. Xiao took advantage of the momentum and retreated thousands of feet away, staring at the three primordial form wisdom goo in front of him in horror. All three of them had locked their divine senses on him. These monsters could teleport, and he had almost no place to escape. Three crickets. Xiao cursed Lu Zongzi's family in his heart, but at the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. He wondered how many of these monsters were hiding in the demonic fog, and it seemed that there would be a lot of them. He was afraid that they would suffer heavy losses after this battle. Moreover, he was more worried about the safety of the Heavenly Martial League, especially Chu Hongyan, the Water Fairy, and his other close relatives. Since you can't escape, then I'll deal with all of you before I go find them. Xiao's face darkened. He raised his hand, and the Divine Realm tablet slowly flew up. The tablet flickered with golden light and shot out a divine light that illuminated the world. Under the light of the Divine Realm tablet, the demonic mist was pierced through. The three primordial form Jichin seemed to be extremely uncomfortable. They roared continuously, their fist-sized eyes filled with anger. Roar! The three primordial form wisdom goo roared and disappeared on the spot with a flap of their wings. One of them teleported directly to the front of the Divine Realm tablet, clenched its fists on its belly, and hit it with its elbow. The layers of space were crushed. Suddenly, a glazed light flashed in front of the steel, and there seemed to be human figures moving under the blinding light. The figure made a hand seal and quietly struck forward. Countless golden characters flew up from the incantation seal, looking extremely mysterious. Within the incantation seal, there were all sorts of law patterns that transformed nonstop. It was truly wondrous. Boom! Yuanxiang Jichin crashed into the seal as if he had crashed into an iron wall. His fat body was immediately pressed down and slowly deformed. The figure suddenly moved forward 100 feet, raised his hand, and punched out. The fist broke his hand seal and hit the arm of the Yuanxiang Jichu, breaking the skin and punching in. Boom! The body of the primordial form Jichin exploded into a pile of flesh and blood, and it let out a blood-curdling screech as it was sent flying. After that person threw the punch, he stood still with an indifferent expression on his face. It was Pan Yi. Meanwhile, the other two primordial form Zhu appeared on both sides of Xiao at the same time, and their primary order was to kill him. The Divine Realm tablet had made them very uncomfortable, so they had sent someone to destroy it. However, what they didn't understand was that this kind of discomfort was the suppression of the realm power. Although the devil fog had blocked the suppression of the realm power, the Divine Realm tablet was connected to heaven and earth. Not only did it make the realm power reappear, but its power was also doubled. The two primordial form wisdom goo were agitated. They roared and attacked at the same time. A fist radiance was blasted out, and the long tail was swung up. The other one opened its mouth wide and spewed out devil light at Xiao, shattering layers of space. Xiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, summoning 3 heads and 6 arms. One arm turned into a claw and grabbed at the huge fist, while the other arm held a sword and slashed out white flames at the tail. Behind him, Fa Xiang's expression was also cold as he formed a lightning seal with one hand and struck out with his heavenly hammer. Voila! The lightning was like water, pouring out and colliding with the black light. They actually merged into a 2-colored pillar of light that soared into the sky, and they were evenly matched. The Yuanxiang Jichin, who was facing the sword chi, also felt the horror of the sword chi. It quickly retracted its fist and teleported away with a flash of its wings. It appeared behind the sword chi and stood side by side with the other one. Killing intent shot out of Yunxiao's eyes as he quickly performed incantation gestures with his 6 arms, summoning the giant true devil and descending to the world. Joy appeared on all 3 sides of the giant spirit. It seemed to like this environment very much. It stretched out its 6 arms and immediately caused a storm. Circles of demonic light came from all directions and fell into the 6-armed palm. Yunxiao was shocked as well. He could sense the true fiend Dharma idol's joy, as if it was a fish in water. Within the demonic whirlwind, the illusionary weapons on the 6 arms flashed. One of the arms grabbed and pulled the blade, and walala sounds of metal were heard. He pulled out Agon's bone cleaver and slashed at the air. With a flash of the saber, the demonic mist in the surroundings dispersed, and the demonic chi gathered from all directions and was absorbed into the saber. Yunxiao sensed that Agandeo seemed to be more ferocious and spiritual than before. The 2 primordial form wisdom goo sensed danger. They flapped their wings and teleported, disappearing from their spot. But under the saber radiance, the space trembled, demonic light flickered, and 2 primordial form Zhougu appeared again. Their teleportation had failed. The 2 primordial form wisdom goo were so frightened that they cried out and quickly flew away. Boom! The blade cut across the sky, and the first Yuanxiang Jichin was cut in half. The second one was also affected, and one of its wings was cut off, but it managed to escape. Under the suppression of the realm power, one of the 3 terrifying primordial form wisdom goo died and 2 were injured. But the 2 halves of the primordial form Jichin twitched in the air and curled up into 2 balls. The 2 injured ones were hidden in the demonic mist, absorbing demonic chi to heal their wounds. Voila! The 2 meatballs split apart, turning into 2 smaller primordial form Jichin. Their bodies were covered in sticky liquid. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Yunxiao thought to himself, these demonic creatures are quite interesting. They're all composed of the lowest level units, fiends, and are constantly evolving. Once it was heavily injured and could not maintain its current state, it would automatically disintegrate into a lower level existence until it was disintegrated back into demonic fiend and turned into the origin demonic chi. Only then would it be considered completely dead. There were also some whose bodies exploded too severely, instantly completing the entire process of demotion, directly turning into demonic chi and dissipating. At this moment, the Divine Realm Tablet had triggered the suppression of the realm power and descended through the demonic fog. These few primordial form Jushu were no longer a threat. Attack and kill them all! Yunxiao cried out in a deep voice. In a flash, he teleported to the side of a small primordial elephant, Jichin. Then, he grabbed a bolt of lightning with his 5 fingers, and with a purple dragon jumping in his palm, he threw it at Jichin. Boom! The purple lightning directly pierced through the small primordial elephant Jichin's belly, and its entire body burst into thousands of lightning rays, then exploded with a bang. Shwa shwa shwa! The demonic chi flew out like a swarm of bats. Yunxiao performed another incantation gesture, and with a wave of his hand, a thunderbolt shot out, turning into countless thunder dragons that shuttled through the sky and destroyed all the fiends. Bang bang bang! There were explosions all around, and demonic chi burst out, filling the sky with a dark Massachusetts. The other small primordial elephant, Jichin, flapped its wings and fled the moment Yunxiao attacked. Pan Yi was also engaged in a fierce battle with the primordial form Wisdom Goo that he had injured earlier. They were evenly matched, but the entire process was under Pan Yi's control. His moves were ingenious, and his martial essence was ever-changing. Yunxiao could tell at a glance that Pan Yi was practicing, transforming all the martial arts he had learned in the Holy Region into actual combat. He could not help but feel very depressed. This Pan Yi seems to be a martial arts fanatic. He doesn't care about the priority of the matter, and he won't listen to your orders. Everything is centered around him. Meanwhile, the other primordial form Jichin, which had lost one of its wings, was hiding in the demonic mist. It did not help its companion, but its fat body was moving up and down. No one knew what it was doing. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked over, and his face suddenly turned blank. The Yuanxiang Jichu grabbed the smaller one that had escaped earlier and was stuffing it into its mouth, trying to eat it. It swallowed the small primordial form Jichin directly into its stomach. That round belly of his grew even bigger. Uwu! Xianxia howled at the sky. His body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wing he had lost grew back. His form seemed to be different from before, mainly in the fact that he was bigger and his aura seemed to be stronger. Roar! Noticing that Yunxiao was peeking at him, Xianxia's new and old hatred erupted at the same time. With a roar, he spat out several beams of demonic light and shot them at Yunxiao. The demonic light attack had a very strong spatial lock. Yunxiao transformed into a thunderbolt and tried several ways to break the space, but none of them worked. Helplessly, he swung his sword. Song of the Green Lotus Sword. 9 white lotuses appeared on Sword Death's red slash, turning into a flaming sword chi that shot over. Bang! 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 Several attacks collided and exploded in the air, forcing Yunxiao back several steps. What's going on? Yunxiao was taken aback. The strength of the primordial form Jichin seemed to have improved greatly, and he found it incredible. If it could increase its strength by simply devouring it, then he would find a few more to devour each other. At this moment, in the center of the cloud of stars, at the entrance of the ancient devil's well, Lu Zongzi was making hand seals with one hand, and his expression was as calm as water. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and they burst out with excitement. Has Qingqing finally evolved? He couldn't help but cry out in ecstasy, unable to contain his excitement. Not far away, Yinantian looked at him coldly and said, "What is this monster? Hee hee ha, ha ha ha." Lu Zongzi couldn't help but burst into laughter, and his old face became radiant. This thing is called the Xianxia, and it's an extremely powerful demonic beast in the demonic realm. Its strength is equivalent to a second-grade demonic monarch, which is the ultimate void of the heavenly martial realm. And some of them can even evolve on their own and reach the strength of a demon venerable. Demon Commander, Inantian was shocked. He angrily said, "Those who play with fire will definitely be destroyed." Ha ha ha. Don't worry about that, Master Yinantian. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Lu Zongzi nodded and smiled. He seemed to be in a good mood as he continued. Although it's possible for a Xianxia to advance to Demon Venerable, the probability is frighteningly low. Even in the current demon realm, there may not be a Xianxia at the Demon Venerable level. After researching this type of magical beast, I've been thinking of ways to help them evolve. That's why the Xianxia second generation appeared, the chubby being that you saw before. Lu Zongzi waved his hand, and a demonic light spread out and turned into a curtain. A huge demonic beast appeared on it. It was very similar to the Feiyuan elephant Jichu, but it was medium-sized and very fierce. Lu Zongzi explained, "This is a normal primordial form Jichu, the only type in the devil realm. Because it's too powerful, it's hard to bring it here in large numbers. Thus, Lord Man and I have discussed transporting the cocoons of the primordial form Wisdom Gu here, and directly hatching them in the heavenly martial realm." "You're really a lunatic. That damned lunatic." Yinantian cursed in anger. He was full of killing intent. Hee hee. "Thank you for your praise, my lord." Lu Zongzi was proud of himself and said, "Even in the devil world, the chrysalis of a primordial image Wisdom Gu are very precious. Over the years, no less than 100 of them have been transported over, and Lord Man has spent a lot of effort to find them. Under the suppression of the heavenly martial realm's realm power, young chrysalis died one after another, and I also needed to test samples, so I destroyed a lot of them. Only then did 10 of them finally form, and these are the second-generation primordial form Jichin you saw. The advantages of the second generation compared to the first generation are that they are stronger and more stable, and they are more adapted to the pressure of the heavenly martial realm than ordinary creatures of the demon realm. However, I never expected that, under the guidance of the Divine Realm Tablet, it could still be restrained by the power of the realm. The Divine Realm Tablet is a disaster after all. Lu Zongzi's eyes shone with fear, but then he became excited again. However, just now, after a second generation devouring half of its companion's body, its strength finally broke through another level, reaching a level that I couldn't reach with my cultivation. And through my observation, it seems to have become stronger in resistance to the Divine Realm Tablet's realm power. Yinantian trembled. Demon Lord, he said in shock. Lu Zongzi shook his head. It's not a demon venerable yet, but the level of the demon realm is higher than that of the heavenly martial arts realm. If this Yuan Xianxia can completely overcome the divine realm tablet suppression, it can at least exert the power of the creation realm. Yinantian was stunned. If the demonic beasts with the power of the blessed realm could be produced in batches, it would be unimaginably terrifying. He instantly realized how terrifying Lu Zongzi was. This man's threat to the realm of heavenly martial arts was no less than any demon venerables, and he must be eliminated as soon as possible. After thinking about it, his expression was determined. He made a seal with one hand in front of him, and the other hand held a golden light, and Noah's ship slowly appeared. With one hand, he formed all kinds of incantation seals and sent them into the boat. Golden light flowed like water, and a terrifying power spread out. What are you doing? Lu Zongzi suddenly became alert and shouted. The runes that Lu Zongzi had sent into the 9-layered cocoon were shaken. In his shock, he threw the iron cane in his hand. The iron stick stabbed into the chrysalis and turned into a silver mace, striking toward Yinantian. Yinantian sneered and said, "Since I've already made up my mind, your little tricks will only be a joke." Noah's ship flew up and pressed down on Silver Swordbreaker, immediately suppressing it. After that, the boat continued to spin and expand, and tens of thousands of rays of light shot into the chrysalis shell. Boom! A force suddenly exploded on the battleship, and it pounced in all directions like an avalanche. The 9 layers of the chrysalis's shell held on for a moment before it was instantly melted by the golden light. It was like a glaring sun. Boom! Finally, he charged again. The chrysalis shell was completely shattered, and the terrifying power rushed toward Lu Zongzi. Lu Zongzi's expression was gloomy. He didn't retreat or dodge. He just reached out and a silver light flew back from the impact. It turned into a silver gem and he grabbed it. Yinantian, I have to admire your courage. How dare you blow up Noah's ship? In the golden light of the sun, Yinantian's body emerged. He collected all the light and held Noah's ship with one hand. The spiritual light on Noah's ship had disappeared, and it became dull. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had obviously suffered a backlash. Only a portion of the seal was broken. As long as you give me some time, I can refine it back. Yinantian's eyes showed pain, but he didn't care. He put away the battleship and said coldly, "But its sacrifice can be compensated with the life of the chief alchemist in the world. It's worth it." You want my life? Lu Zongzi sneered. Do you still think you're invincible? Not invincible, but I can kill you, Yinantian said. His figure flickered and he came down. He made a hand seal with his right hand, and a golden light appeared, turned into a sharp blade and shot out. With a whoosh, it cut the space and swept across Lu Zongzi's body. Swish! Lu Zongzi's figure was broken into two, but it was only an afterimage. The golden light made a circle in the air and returned to Yinantian's hand. It was a golden sword. You're still so powerful after destroying your saint weapon. You're indeed the martial sovereign whose name resounded throughout the universe. At the entrance of the ancient Devil's Well, at the center of the star constellation formation, Lu Zongzi appeared with a smile. But if you want to kill me, you need to have the courage in addition to strength. Do you have the courage? Lu Zongzi laughed and flew into the ancient Devil's Well, disappearing without a trace. Yinantian hesitated for a second, but then he realized that the well was the core of the formation. He had to go in sooner or later. He turned into a golden light and went in. In the demonic mist, in addition to the 3 primordial forms Yushu that attacked Yunxiao, there were 7 more spread out, attacking the martial artists of the 3 sects. From time to time, there would be blood splattering in the mist as a large number of cultivators were trampled by the 7 magical beasts. The main reason why the 3 sects were in danger was because the demonic fog had blocked their divine senses and vision. Even if they were close to each other, it was difficult for them to look out for each other. However, Yuan Xianxia was like a tiger that had grown wings, and with his teleportation ability, he could easily kill them all. Swish! A bright blade energy suddenly lit up in the demonic fog. It seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth, the sea of fog, and suddenly stabbed into a huge black shadow. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Under the overbearing saber chi, the surrounding fog was dispersed, revealing the scene inside. Hao Feng clenched his fist and used his quintessential essence to control the huge Nirvana blade. The blade was more than 100 times larger than usual, and the front end of the blade was inserted into the body of an essence form Jushu and came out from its back. Shatter! Hao Feng shouted and swung his arm. The giant blade was unsealed again, and it opened like a paper fan, cutting the primordial form wisdom goo into hundreds of pieces. Clang! The Nirvana blade returned to its giant form and landed in Hao Feng's hand after the all-out attack. Hao Feng's face was pale and half of his body was charred black. He was badly injured. The dismembered Yuan Xianxia disintegrated into a large number of demonic specters, which flew everywhere. With a swing of his saber, he stirred up a blade realm astral wind and minced all the demonic specters into pieces. Hao Feng's expression was grave. This demonic beast was terrifyingly powerful, and it used the demonic mist to conceal its body. Even he had been injured quite badly. If it was someone else, he wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Putting away his saber, he didn't care about healing his injuries and walked into the demonic mist in a flash. 3 kilometers away from Hao Feng, there were 2 divine sovereign justice realm experts from mysterious Separation Island, but they weren't so lucky. The 2 of them were covered in blood, back to back, holding profound level weapons in their hands. Light surged from their bodies, forming a ring and spreading out. They all stared at the demonic mist around them in fear, afraid that the thing would come out and attack them again. All of a sudden, the ring of light received a violent impact and was compressed to the point of deformation. Not good. It's coming. One of them cried out in panic. He hurriedly waved his sword with his right hand and formed a seal with his left hand. The 2 forces combined in front of him and turned into a sword seal. A primordial form Jichin teleported in front of the 2 of them and spat out a demonic light with a mocking expression. The other man also roared in rage. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! A brown metal cudgel was swung above his head, turning into a wheel of wind and fire. Boom! The 3 forces clashed together and the 2 from mysterious Separation Island were immediately at a disadvantage. The demonic light swallowed everything and attacked like rolling black water. The 2 of them had despair in their eyes. They stood there with bitter faces, almost giving up resistance and waiting for death. Ow! All of a sudden, the prime form Jichin howled, its mouth closing in pain. A long, painted whip was wrapped around its neck like a snake. Symbols flickered on the whip as it tightened. Ah! Dragon Lock Whip. It's Lord Star Abyss. Behind the Yuan Xianxia, a man in green robes grabbed the long whip with both hands and pulled it with a solemn expression. It was the Void Realm expert of mysterious Separation Island, Star Abyss. Although the whip had bound the magical beast, it gave him a feeling that it was difficult to subdue it, and he had no sense of control over it. Star Abyss shouted, "Quickly make a move! Crush him!" A steady stream of power gushed out of his body, flowing along the long whip and forming circles of light, completely locking the Yuan Xianxia. The 2 divine sovereign justice realm experts were overjoyed. They felt as if they had been reborn from a dead end and were extremely excited. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, slashing out with their swords and staffs. Boom! The Yuan Xianxia's body burst with demonic light and shattered the dragon lock whip. It flapped its wings, and demonic chi surged like lightning and shot forward. Boom! The sword and staff were instantly devoured by the demonic chi, but the demonic light didn't extinguish. In an instant, the 2 divine sovereign justice realm experts were sucked in and completely shattered. Star Abyss was greatly alarmed. The shattering of that dragon-locking whip had a huge impact on him too, but he could not care much as he charged forward against the demonic light. His 5 fingers closed together like a blade, and he slashed down with one move. Boom! The hand blade slashed into the back of the primordial form Jichin, and half of his arm was inserted. Star Abyss then grabbed with his 5 fingers and suddenly tore. Chi La. The wings on the Xianxia's back were torn off. Wu. A painful howl came out of the Xianxia's mouth, and its tiny tail suddenly swung like an arrow, but it kept spinning in the air, unable to follow its trajectory. Swish! Just as Star Abyss was in shock and retreated abruptly, that tail shot over from an extremely tricky angle, piercing through his chest. The end of that tail enlarged all of a sudden, and 5 hooks grew out to grab into Star Abyss's back, pulling him back. Intense pain came from Star Abyss's back. He hurriedly used his hand knife to slash at the tail, but the Xianxia had already turned around and punched over. Bang! At the moment the hand blade cut off his tail, Xianxia punched Star Abyss's chest, right on his wound. Ift! After spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Star Abyss was sent flying. His chest was badly mangled, and there was also a large amount of demonic energy that invaded his body, starting to corrode it. He had retreated thousands of meters in the demonic mist, and his blood chi and power had been lost so much that his mind was a little unclear. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed behind him. Xianxia teleported over and slapped down again. Star Abyss's heart turned cold. He forcefully gathered his strength, turned around, and smacked a palm over. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and both man and beast suffered the impact. However, the primordial form Jichen's huge body was fine after being forced back a few steps. On the other hand, blood burst out of Star Abyss's body and he fainted. Whoosh! Xianxia slender tail swung and immediately tied Star Abyss up. He grabbed him and with a flash of viciousness in his eyes, he raised his hand and punched. Suddenly, the arm stopped in mid-air, and the demonic chi dissipated. A golden light slowly rose from the back of its head. The water deity held the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the back of its head, trying to stab it in bit by bit. Golden runes flew from the broadsword and shot into the back of the primordial form Jichen's head. But it was useless. Bang! The Xianxia roared in anger. A layer of demonic light bloomed on its head and shook it away. A golden light appeared on the water deity's body to protect her, and she was pushed back. The primordial form Jichen's wings were destroyed and it could no longer teleport. After it swung its tail and sent Star Abyss flying, it roared and charged towards water deity. The water deity had just steadied her body when she was shocked. She held her sword with both hands and held it horizontally in front of her. A golden lotus flower appeared between his brows and flew out. Amitba transformed into countless illusions, and the surroundings were like a pond of lotus flowers, falling one after another and stirring up ripples, forming a wonderful realm. Boom! Xianxia punched and the lotus realm shattered. Demonic chi poured in and hit the lotus platform. Although the water deity was not directly hit, she was also affected. Her lotus platform and broadsword were swallowed by the demonic chi. Her snow-white face became paler and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You scoundrel! The water deity cursed, and more blood flowed out. The Xianxia's eyes were filled with sternness and mockery. It strode over. It was also injured. It planned to hide in the demonic chi to recuperate after killing water deity and Star Abyss. Although these magical beasts were not very intelligent, their battle intelligence was not low. They also knew how to use tricks and how to protect themselves. Monster, don't come over. The water deity panicked. The attack just now had injured her internal organs and she immediately understood the difference in strength. She was no match for him. Since there was no one around, she turned around and ran in a hurry. Xianxia was very proud of himself. He ran after them. He seemed to have the pleasure of teasing them. Whoosh! With a swing of its slender tail, it shot out and trapped the water deity, pulling her back. Release me! Let me go! The water deity was extremely anxious, but with her strength, there was no way she could hold back the tail. She continuously raised her sword and slashed, shaking out golden and demonic light. Xianxia looked at it for a while and felt that its tail was not feeling well. If it was cut like this, it would probably break. Finally, A fierce look appeared in its eyes. It opened its mouth and raised its tail to send the water deity into its mouth. Ow! Suddenly, the Xianxia screamed as a golden beam as thick as a basin shot into its mouth, piercing through its head. Bang! The Xianxia's head exploded, turning into demonic specters and flying out. Water deity was shocked, and her eyes turned golden. She immediately saw a human figure, but it was difficult to recognize him. The figure was extremely fast, teleporting to the front of Xianxia and smacking his fat belly with his palm, then disappearing. Boom! The Xianxia's stomach also exploded. Less than half of its body was left. It could no longer maintain its current state. It started to degrade. Shwa shwa shwa. There were demonic fiends flying everywhere like bats, covering the sky and earth. Water deity rubbed her eyes and looked around. Under her golden eyes, she could not find the figure of that person. Could it be an illusion? Water deity held her head and thought for a while, then shook her head. If it was an illusion, how did the monster die? The noisy shouts in the sky made her feel a little dazed and confused. I don't care. I'll just treat it as an illusion. The water deity did not like to think about things that she could not figure out. She waved her huge sword, and the 8 sufferings turned into a golden light that rippled out, sweeping away all the demons. Following that, her pupils turned golden. She immediately saw Star Abyss, who was floating in the distance, and rushed over. Hey, you're not dead, right? The water deity pushed his body and discovered that there was no reaction. After thinking for a moment, she took out many medicinal pills and natural treasures and stuffed them into Star Abyss's mouth. She didn't know what the medicine was, so after stuffing it for a long time, she had basically stuffed everything edible on her body. Cough! Cough, cough! Star Abyss suddenly sat up and coughed violently, his entire face turning red. What's going on? Hua hua. I'm choking to death. Hua hua. Phew! I finally saved you. It's great that you didn't die. The water deity was very pleased. At least she did not waste so many of her treasures. Even if I didn't die, I would have been killed by you. Star Abyss glared at her furiously and recognized that she was a member of the Heavenly Martial Union right away. Suddenly, his face revealed a strange expression as he said in shock, "What about the magical beasts?" "He's dead," Water Deity replied. "He's dead." Star Abyss's eyes burst out with a brilliant light as he said in shock, "How did he die?" "I killed him. How else could he have died?" Water Deity mumbled, "I don't know what happened either. Maybe I killed him. Maybe not." Then a lot of demonic fiends dropped and I cleaned them up. Star Abyss frowned when he heard that, feeling that her logic was a little chaotic. He waved his hand and said, "Tell me slowly, how did the demonic beast die?" The water deity thought for a long time, then gestured a few times and said, "I'm not too sure either. I think I saw someone appear, but then he disappeared." Star Abyss immediately understood that someone must have suddenly appeared and saved the two of them. Star Abyss thought to himself, "Just the strength of that lackey of yours can see through everything." He was very disdainful in his heart, but the other party saved him after all, so it was not good for him to show his contempt. "Let's go. We don't know how many more demonic beasts there are in this demonic mist. We're probably going to die this time." A dignified and worried look appeared on his face. He didn't know how many masters had fallen there, and the losses were incalculable. Water Deity was also worried about Yunxiao, so she quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, let's go." She took the lead and walked forward. Star Abyss was stunned for a moment and said, "Hold on. Are you sure this is the right direction?" "Yes, I saw someone there just now." Water Deity nodded. She stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Star Abyss furrowed his brows. No matter how he observed, no matter how his divine sense attacked, it was very hard to detect things 500 feet away. "You can see the front?" Star Abyss looked at the Water Deity suspiciously and asked. Water Deity replied, "Yes, I can't see it normally. However, when I use the Eye of Truth, I can see about 8,000 feet. However, using the Eye of Truth consumes a lot of energy." "The Eye of Truth?" Star Abyss's mind rapidly searched for this term, as if he had heard it before. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he cried out, "The Ocean Emperor's bloodline, the Eye of Truth!" The water deity turned around and smiled. "Yes, my father is the Sea Emperor." Star Abyss was stunned. Even though he was extremely suspicious rationally, he believed it in his heart. No wonder you can see. Let's go." The two of them walked side by side toward the depths of the demonic mist. After walking for a short distance, the smell of blood filled the air. There were also some cultivators groping about in the demonic mist, their faces filled with fear. Water Immortal kept telling Star Abyss what she saw, and Star Abyss's expression became gloomier. Very quickly, the team grew to more than 10 people. Whenever they saw a martial artist who was alone, they went to pick them up. Suddenly, the water deity screamed, "Big Brother Xianxia," and ran forward. "Hurry," Star Abyss hurriedly said. "Quickly follow her." He thought to himself that this little girl was also a bit careless. If she ran away alone, they would be lost in this fog again. Xianxia was fighting the evolved Yuan Xianxia second generation. Although he had the power of the Divine Realm Tablet, he was still at a disadvantage. The second generation successor seemed to be getting more and more resistant to the powers of the world. After fighting for a while, he was basically unaffected by the powers of the world. This thing was hatched in the heavenly martial realm, so it had a natural resistance to the realm power. With the cover of the demonic fog, its strength would not decline. Previously, Xianxia had used the Divine Realm Tablet to trigger the realm power, and it had produced a miraculous effect. Now, the evolved second-generation creature was clearly more and more adapted to the rules and environment of the heavenly martial realm. "Brother Pan-E, stop playing. Quickly come and help me kill this demonic beast. You'll have a lot to play with in the future." Xianxia kept dodging the second generation's attacks while desperately calling out to Pan-E in the distance. Pan-E had been playing methodically, using both his hands and his steps at the same time to verify the martial arts he had learned. He was very happy. After hearing Xianxia's cry, he seemed to have noticed that the second generation evolutionary was extraordinary. So he finally got serious. He formed a palm with one hand and put 2 fingers together like a sword on the other. He then stepped on the starry steps and performed different moves with both hands at the same time. He hit the Yuan Xianxia continuously, exploding a large amount of demonic chi, which flew away with a swish. Roar! This Yuan Xianxia was already toyed around by Pan-E. It was even more furious now. Its hands and wings were flying around. Its tail was even sweeping across the sky, destroying all the demonic fiends that were flying away. It vented its anger. Although Pan-E's forehead was covered in sweat, his face was calm and steady. He switched between his moves smoothly and continuously hit the vital parts of the Yuan Xianxia. Boom! The prime form Jichu could not hold on any longer and was crushed by Pan-E. It exploded into several huge 10-direction evil spirits, roaring in rage. But the level of the 10-directional evil spirit was obviously too low. It was completely destroyed by Pan-E in just a few breaths, which was why it had the time to help Xianxia. When the water fairy arrived, Pan-E was just about to launch a star-like punch at the second generation. Bang! Yuan Xianxia opened his hand and caught the fist. With a bang, the force was crushed and Pan-E felt pain in his fist. However, he had the illusory light of his divine body covering the surface of his body. Although his fist was in pain, it wasn't damaged. He immediately formed an incantation gesture with his left hand, drew a circle in front of him, and struck out. A golden light gushed out of his palm, spinning in the shape of a gear and pressing down. Chi. That palm was like a hard, profound level weapon, constantly cutting the space. Pan-E's body was even above the profound level weapon. Boom! Yuan Xianxia seemed to have sensed danger and immediately pushed Pan-E away, not wanting to take the attack head-on. Xianxia was shocked. He had fought with this second-generation evolver for a while, so he naturally knew how powerful he was. On the other hand, Pan-E was not at a disadvantage in a single move. This was the power of a void light realm physical body. Big Brother Xianxia. The water deity ran over in joy. Water deity. Xianxia cried out in surprise. Water deity. When the two met and saw that the other party was fine, they were both relieved. At this moment, Star Abyss and the other 10+ people also followed over and surrounded that second generation evolved. The primordial form Zhichen seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Its eyes were filled with hostility. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and the demonic fog rolled down, spreading in all directions. Everyone knew how powerful this thing was and immediately took precautions. But the mist only charged over and did not cause much damage. The space inside shook slightly and the primordial form Zhichen disappeared. What? Star Abyss was shocked. He actually escaped. This thing is not only powerful but also intelligent. It also knows how to cherish its life. It's too dangerous, the other martial artist said worriedly. Is everyone all right? Xianxia asked. What's the situation now? Star Abyss shook his head worriedly and said, We came here with Princess Water Fairy. Xianxia had also noticed the golden color in Water Fairy's eyes. The Eye of Truth? When did you master it? The water deity nodded and said proudly, I'm amazing, right? However, it's extremely costly to use, and you can only see up to a distance of 8,000 zhang. 8,000 zhang? That's already very strong. In this environment, Xianxia's wondrous spell spirit eyes could only reach 1,000 feet away, and the light of the spell god could see further, but it also consumed more energy. We don't know how many demonic beasts there are in this demonic fog, Xianxia said. We can only search inch by inch. Water Fairy, lead the way. I'll use this divine realm tablet to disperse the demonic fog. The flickering divine realm tablet in the air flew down and held in his palm. It was shining brightly and swept the demonic fog wherever it passed. The water deity clapped her hands and praised. The divine realm tablet is too powerful. With it, we won't have to be afraid of the magic fog. Xianxia felt ashamed and blamed himself. If he had refined the divine realm tablet earlier, he would not be in such an embarrassing situation now. Water deity, please lead the way, he said hurriedly. Water deity nodded. She was very excited and happy to be able to help Xianxia and highlight her role. Her eyes instantly turned golden as she looked around. That's Ingluo. She suddenly pointed to the front and said, There are two people hiding in the demonic mist void. I wonder if they are enemies? What? Everyone was taken aback. Xianxia shouted, Who is it? He immediately clenched his right hand and grabbed a flash of lightning, locking the space. Since you don't want to come out, then this young master will have to come out and invite you. Xianxia snorted coldly as the thunderbolt shot out. The demonic mist was pushed back, and everything within 1,000 feet was placed under the thunder world. Bang! The void exploded, and two figures jumped out, their faces filled with shock. They were Xing and Yuchun. It's you guys. Xianxia recognized the two men at once, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light as he suddenly shouted. Star Abyss and the rest of the 10 over people instantly spread out, surrounding the two people inside. Their killing intent soared to the sky. The two of them seemed to have realized that something was wrong. They were both covered in cold sweat and pursed their lips, as if they could not speak. Under this oppressive atmosphere, even the mist seemed to have frozen and stopped in the air, not moving. Finally, Yuchun couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He said with a trembling voice, Young Master Yun, there's no great enmity between us. Please don't do anything rash. Don't worry, Xianxia nodded. I won't let you go on impulse. Yuchen's face turned pale, and his teeth were chattering. Although Xing's expression was also ugly, he was still cold and arrogant. He said coldly, What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Haha. Did I hear wrong? There's such a funny question in this world. Xianxia laughed out of anger. You set a trap to kill my companions, and now you're asking us what we want to do? He said, What do you want? I want to CK your mother. A maniacal anger exploded from his body. He slowly walked forward and said in a cold voice, Disperse the demonic mist, otherwise you will die. The domineering aura pressed down on Yuchun. He was so scared that he kept retreating and even started crying. Xing gritted his teeth, his face frighteningly pale. This demonic mist has been floating in the demonic world for countless years. It's not something that can be dispelled by ordinary power. We can't do anything about it. So, you're saying that it's useless to keep you? Yunxiao asked. Star Abyss said in a cold voice, since you can get it from the devil world, you can naturally take it away too. If you can't do it, you'll die. Xing's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll try. He beckoned Yu Chen over. Yu Chen didn't dare to disobey. He trotted forward and leaned over to Xing's side, waiting for his orders. Xing patted his head and sighed. I didn't expect to still use it. Yu Chen was stunned. He suddenly felt a pain on the back of his neck, as if his soul had been pulled out. He screamed, Xing, you're so weak. Hee hee, Yu Chen. You trash can finally use some of your remaining energy. Xing's body started to fade and slowly merged into Yu Chen's body. However, Yu Chen's face was contorted as he shouted, no! You can't kill me, you can't kill me. The chief will not let you off. As Xing melded in, the expression on his face began to change. One moment it was twisted in pain, and the next moment it was filled with mockery. Hee, Mr. Chief? Have you forgotten who asked you to come with me? Lu Zongzi asked you to come with me just in case. The man said sarcastically. You can show some of your remaining strength. Why don't you understand, you fool? Xing's face gradually gained the upper hand, and his words directly crushed Yu Chen's heart. His struggling will collapsed in an instant, and his soul was devoured by Xing, taking over his body. Yunxiao watched the whole process coldly and did not stop it. It was not until Yu Chen was completely dead that he said, Mr. Xing, you're trying to resist the power of the realm, right? I wonder if the purpose of resisting the power of the realm is to disperse the demonic fog or to make us your enemy. Xing Yun circulated his cultivation technique and found that everything was going smoothly. He couldn't help but feel happy. He laughed 3 times and his aura continued to rise. It formed rings of stellar energy and spread out. He then said coldly, what do you think? Yunxiao sighed and said, of course, I hope for the former, but things always don't go as one wishes. Judging from your expression, I think you've foolishly chosen the latter. Humph, with the help of this body, I won't be affected by the power of the world. Do I still need to compromise with you guys? Xing's eyes flashed with coldness and he revealed a sinister smile. There must be a limit to using an external body, Yunxiao said. Otherwise, you would have taken over his body a long time ago, and you would not have kept him until now. You're very smart, Xing nodded. There are indeed restrictions. However, I'm only using it once, so I don't have to worry about the destructive power of my body. I can fully exert my power for a short time. Yunxiao suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, you're actually using the vice president's body as a disposable item? Don't you think it's a waste? He's trash to begin with, Xing sneered. He's making use of his remaining energy. He should be happy to know this in the underworld. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to go down and inform him. Without further ado, Yunxiao raised his hand and threw the Divine Realm tablet out. The tablet shone with a brilliant light that drove away the demonic fog and illuminated the surroundings. Xing snorted coldly and grabbed out with his hand. A ball of demonic chi spread out in his palm, forming a huge mirror shield that blocked the light. Although I'm not afraid of this light, it really makes me uncomfortable. After all, the Divine Realm tablet was a heavenly saint artifact. Although Yunxiao could not exert much of its power, Xing was still a little afraid of it. Subconsciously, he tried to block the strong light. Even without the world energy, he would still be suppressed by the light. There are many things that make you uncomfortable. I'll make you comfortable later. Yunxiao's sword momentum rose, and an endless stream of sword-shaped beams shot out like a river. Trapping Xing, let's attack together and kill him. Ha. Kill me? It's too difficult with just you guys. Xing's eyes were filled with ferocity as he smashed the sword current with his right palm. He then pounced forward and clawed with his 5 fingers. Bang! Demonic chi surrounded his 5 fingers as he grabbed the sword Death's red slash. Xing's eyes burst with excitement as he pulled hard and shouted, "Give it to me!" Yunxiao's face flickered. His physical body in the harmonization realm could not withstand his opponent's power, and the sword kept trembling. "Since you want it, then take it." Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and a purple thunderbolt rose from his palm. With a slap, it transformed into a dragon and shot out. Not good, Xing thought. The purple lightning gave him a very dangerous feeling, but the rainbow magic stone was right in front of him. How could he let it go? He clenched his teeth and punched out at the same time. Bang! The purple lightning struck down and exploded the demonic chi. The terrifying power numbed Xing's entire arm and he almost lost all feeling. Yunxiao was shocked. Although he had consumed a lot of his energy, the purple lightning was condensed from the realm power, and it should be able to restrain the demons. However, Xing only suffered from an ordinary attack. It seemed like this possession technique could indeed completely overcome the world force. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a ray of light came from his side. It was a crystal-like body. It was Pan Yi. He teleported and made a hand seal with 2 fingers on his right hand. Then he hit Xing's arm. The arm was broken with a bang. Xing screamed and retreated. The broken arm immediately sobered him up. When he grabbed the rainbow demon sword just now, there was only intense greed and madness in his heart. Rainbow stone to the demonic monarch. Now that he had lost an arm, he came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. Yunxiao also felt the pressure on him lighten, and he hurriedly put away the red sword. It would be a disaster if Xing took it. Pan Yi and the surrounding warriors rushed up and surrounded Xing. All kinds of attacks poured down, shattering the void. Humph! Xing's eyes swept around and finally landed on Yunxiao. "I'll leave the rainbow stone with you for now. I'll take it next time." He raised his single arm, and a circle of demonic light gushed out. Yu Chen's body expanded in an instant. The demonic light continued to gather above his head, then suddenly exploded. Boom! A terrifying power was sent towards those attacks. Under the impact, the void was immediately shattered, and cracks appeared around Xing, spreading in all directions. Yu Chen's body became dry and hard. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and then he crumbled. He escaped. The water deity cried out in shock. Her golden eyes saw a black light flash and penetrate the demonic mist. Yunxiao had seen it as well, but the self-destructive blow had shattered the void and isolated all the power, so he could only watch the man leave. Under the impact of the terrifying force, several martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood and were covered in injuries. "Is everyone all right?" Star Abyss looked around. Although there were a few people who were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. Yunxiao took them into the Divine Realm tablet and told them to recuperate in peace. Those who could still fight followed outside and began to search for other people. Soon, Chu Hongyan, Ben Tingfeng, and a large number of other warriors returned to the team. To Yunxiao's relief, most of them did not encounter the Yuan Xiangjichin, but were just lost in the demonic fog. In the process of searching, they even killed 2 primordial form Zhushu, but only found about 150 people. The remaining 50 people were completely lost. Only then did everyone know that most of them were lucky enough not to encounter the primordial form Jichin. Those who did, other than Hao Feng and Star Abyss, were basically dead. A quarter of the people have fallen. Yunxiao only felt a little depressed, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making him breathless. Furthermore, those 50 people were all weaker saints. Even Zi Xiaoji and Zhuge Shintu were nowhere to be seen. They had most likely fallen inside. Although these 2 people were not good people, they had sacrificed their lives to kill demons, which was worthy of respect. "Don't be too sad," Ling Mu Di said. "Life and death are predestined. This is their fate." Yunxiao nodded and said with a pale face, "I swear to kill Lu Congzi. We'll take revenge for everyone. I swear to kill Lu Congzi. We'll take revenge for everyone." The remaining 100 or so people were also filled with anger. They gritted their teeth in hatred. Regardless of whether the dead people knew each other or not, They were all comrades who had gone through life and death together. Grief and anger spread among the crowd. "The current problem is how to get out of here," said Ling Mudi. "We've searched almost everywhere just now, and even with the water fairy princess's eye of truth, and can't see the way out. We still can't gnaw away. It'll be very troublesome." Ben Tingfeng said worriedly. "The Heavenly King has been gone for a long time and there's no trace of him. I'm afraid of Bayan." The people of Mysterious Separation Island had a bad feeling too. They were all shocked, although they could not believe that Yinantian could be so powerful. However, the Demon Lord was from another world after all. The Demon Lord had been invincible in the world. Yinantian might not be safe. "Don't worry," Yunxiao said. "If they had the strength to kill the King of Heaven, they would not need to trap us with this demonic mist. They would have used it to kill us." Ben Tingfeng was stunned for a moment, but after thinking about it, he felt that it did make sense and immediately felt relieved. Although Yunxiao said so, the anxiety in his heart did not diminish. He also had a hunch that something was wrong with Yinantian, but he was too busy to take care of himself at the moment. He had not figured out the situation, let alone save someone. What made him feel uneasy was that he had never seen the second-generation evolver who had escaped, and he didn't know where he had gone. Including the magical beasts that everyone worked together to kill, we killed a total of 7 of them. One of them managed to escape. Yunxiao began to calculate and checked with the crowd, and there was no mistake. 8 should be enough, Ling Mudi said. Lu Congzi probably doesn't have many of such terrifying existences. Ben Tingfeng was a little dejected. "We haven't even seen many demons yet, and we've already lost so many soldiers. If the two worlds start a war..." Hao Feng frowned and said, "Injuries and deaths are inevitable. No one can guarantee that they will live to the end. No one knows the result of the war of the two worlds in the future. We just need to have a clear conscience and die before it's over." With a clear conscience, he would die. These 8 words were like a hammer, striking everyone's heart. Instantly, the dispirited atmosphere was swept away, and everyone's faces were filled with determination. "Well said. Good." Yunxiao also praised. "A clear conscience. I've thought of a way to break through the fog. Perhaps we can give it a try." "What method?" Everyone's spirits were lifted as they hurriedly asked. "Still broken by the power of elements," Yunxiao said. "TSK." Everyone sneered disdainfully, and the enthusiasm they had just raised instantly withered. Although not everyone cultivated the elements, many martial artists had mastered some of them. They had tried it long ago, but it was useless. Lord Mudi once said that the 5 elements can break the demonic fog, Yunxiao said. "The wind I used earlier did have some effect, but the effect was minimal. It means that it's not that the elements are useless, but that they are too weak." Quite a few people immediately understood. Ling Mudi said, "You want to stack the elements?" Yunxiao nodded and said, "Crocodiles are already the ultimate existence of wind elements. It is almost impossible to create a power stronger than the primordial astral wind. The only way is to layer several elements. The demonic mist here is different from the one Lord Mudi encountered 100,000 years ago. It must have undergone the baptism of time and mutated." "Indeed, we can try," said Ling Mudi. "I'll call for another person," Yunxiao said. With a thought, he immediately summoned Fei and I, who was in the Divine Realm tablet. Ever since she had obtained the Heavenly Phoenix Feather, she had been focusing on her cultivation and had not made any moves. Just now, Yunxiao had also suddenly sensed the change. The Heavenly Phoenix Fire was constantly condensing above the Divine Realm tablet. "That's Ingluo, Heavenly Phoenix." On Mount Innerheart, Kan and Bai were currently sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time, shooting out rays of brilliant light as they looked at the sky filled with multicolored clouds that were ever-changing. All the clouds gathered from the surroundings and were burned red by an invisible fire. The clouds unfurled and transformed into a phoenix that soared into the sky. "Feini?" Yunxiao's voice rang out like a drizzle falling to the ground. All of a sudden, the ground started to burn with raging flames, and the ground split open for 1,000 miles, as if a flaming mountain had erupted. The cry of a phoenix came from the ancient times and reverberated in the world. The clouds in the sky fell rapidly, gathering into a line and merging into the earth. The vast and wondrous scene changed endlessly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the fire and clouds finally merged completely, and Fei and I's figure gradually appeared. Yunxiao transformed into his human form. Looking at the man, he said in surprise, "You've advanced to the void tier. Extreme void." Fei was stunned for a moment before she nodded her head gently. She then revealed a mesmerizing smile and walked up to him. "I just felt that I had broken through a bottleneck when I heard my husband's call." "I'm in trouble," Yunxiao said. "I need your strength." "I'm willing to serve my husband." Fei was overjoyed and nodded. In a flash, the two of them disappeared from the divine realm tablet and reappeared in the demonic fog. "Fei, Sister Fei." When Chu Hongyan and the water deity saw him, they immediately greeted him with joy. "You've finally come out of your closed-door cultivation. Congratulations on reaching the void realm." Chu Hongyan's eyes were smiling, and at the same time, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Thank you, Sister Hongyan and Sister Shuexian. It's all thanks to my husband, who helped me get the heavenly phoenix feather." Fei sneered and immediately began to chat with the two girls enthusiastically. Looking at their happy faces, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "Now is not the time to talk." He briefly explained the situation to Fei, and at the same time, explained his thoughts in detail. "I'll listen to my husband's orders," Fei said. "All right," Yunxiao said. "Then listen to my orders and cooperate with me." He summoned the crocodile and transformed it into a monster. It was 7 to 8 feet tall and had a burly body. Its eyes were filled with viciousness. "Roar, roar!" The crocodile puffed out its chest and roared a few times. A strong wind swirled around it, immediately forming a tornado that soared into the sky. Fei also formed hand seals with one hand, and phoenix patterns appeared on her body. Countless flames turned into talismans and appeared around her like fireflies. "Pay attention," Yunxiao shouted. "Be careful." He put his palms together and pulled them apart. Immediately, a large area of lightning appeared, and he turned into a giant green spirit. Attack! Thunder whirled. The terrifying power of lightning exploded, forming a barrier of its own and turning into an energy field that was 1,000 feet wide. The crocodile and Fei attacked at the same time. They each cast an elemental barrier. Red flames and colorless wind formed two huge elemental balls, which were comparable to the thunder world. The three forces began to slowly squeeze together, giving off a huge sound of wind and thunder. The light of thunder and fire continued to shoot out and gradually fused. The surrounding cultivators were all horrified as they looked at this terrifying scene in horror. They didn't dare to go too far in case they got lost in the demonic fog. They could only join forces and form a mirror light in front of them. Just as the three elemental barriers gradually fused, the entire magic fog began to roll, as if it had sensed danger. "That's Ingluo." Yunxiao's eyes widened as he looked ahead. Not only him, but everyone else could see that the demonic mist had gathered and turned into a huge demonic fiend. Exactly the same as before. This demonic mist really has a spirit. Yunxiao immediately confirmed his guess and said coldly, "No wonder we can't get out of here. Let's attack and break it." Fei and the crocodile understood at the same time, and they controlled their elements to shake the ground. Boom! The three forces pressed against each other, turning into a terrifying vortex that attacked in all directions. The huge demonic fiend had just swooped down when it was immediately submerged in the elemental sea and instantly shattered. After one move, Yunxiao took out the divine realm tablet again, which transformed into a huge monument that towered in the sky. His hands danced up and down like butterflies, and a round of golden talismans shot out. Tens of thousands of divine beams shot out of the tablet, illuminating the heaven and earth. "Spread out." Ben Tingfeng was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. There was no longer any demonic mist in the void. The The star constellation of the ancient devil's well appeared in front of him. It was like the bud of a flower, but there was no end to it. Everyone stared at the well, wanting to see through it, but in the end, they couldn't. Even the water deity's eye of truth could only see a limited range. Lord Yinantian must be in there. We can't suffer the same loss this time, Yunxiao said. Leave half of the people outside to look after them, and the rest of you will come in with me. Almost all the saints were dead and wounded, and the remaining ones were of little use, so Yunxiao simply left them outside. Lord Mudi, Yunxiao said, you should stay as well. As the supreme commander of the outside world, I'll immediately find a way to send you a message if there's a situation. Ling Mudi seemed to be in a difficult position and said, I know more about the devil realm, so I shouldn't stay. It's better to let Palace Master Hongyan stay. Chu Hongyan hurriedly said, there must be someone who can take charge of the situation outside. I'm lacking in strength, experience, and strategy. Lord Mudi is the best candidate. Ling Mudi was also unwilling, and the two of them pushed back and forth, eventually even recommending Feini or Chun Duantian to stay. In the end, Chun Duantian was left behind as the commander of the Heavenly Martial Union. However, the highest-ranking commander was Hao Feng. He was injured in the battle with the Yuan Xianxia and had to rest. Soon, more than 70 people were selected and followed Yunxiao into the ancient devil's well. The person in charge of Mysterious Separation Island was Ben Tingfeng, who followed closely behind Yunxiao. The inside of the ancient devil's well was much wider than before. Other than the astonishingly dense devil qi, there were not many changes. Ling Mudi said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it's already mutated badly. If we can't seal it this time, I'm afraid it will turn into a second Tiandang mountain range. After flying for a long time, the 70-some people finally arrived at the intersection of the two worlds. What they saw immediately shocked them. Yinantian was covered in blood, pressed against the boundary wall of the demonic realm. Within the regional wall, 7 to 8 hands stretched out and grabbed it, dragging it in. Hurry up and run. When Yinantian saw Yunxiao and the others, he shouted desperately, Run! There's an ambush! Heavenly King! Ben Tingfeng's eyes were about to pop out and his beard was trembling. Yunxiao, on the other hand, became vigilant. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately sensed many powerful auras coming from all directions. Be careful, he shouted in shock. The rest of the people also noticed the situation and became vigilant. The dangerous auras coming from all directions belonged to the group of fiendish cultivators who had been defeated earlier. There were still about 400 to 500 of them. But at this moment, their auras were completely different. All of them had ferocious faces and most of their bodies were deformed. Their faces were like wild beasts, and they had no spiritual light of intelligence at all. They looked like walking corpses. Duh! Possession! Yunxiao cried out in horror as a chill ran down his spine. These martial artists had actually all been possessed. He immediately thought of Xing. After taking over Yu Chen's body, Xing was able to exert all of his power for a short period of time. Then what kind of demon race existence was the one who possessed these martial artists? Why are there only so few people? Where are the rest? Did they all die in the demonic mist? Lu Congzi asked. Xing's face was cold as he stared at Yunxiao. What did you do to the Heavenly King? Release him now. Ben Tingfeng roared. Don't worry. Lu Congzi smiled faintly. Yinantian is one of the most powerful cultivators in this world. We're very friendly to him. We want to take him to the devil world to play. To the devil realm. Everybody was terrified. Yinantian was indeed being pulled in by 7 or 8 hands. And there were still many figures and faces on the regional walls, trying their best to pass through. I don't think Yinantian is a wretch like you, Yunxiao said coldly. You're a good man, but you're a devil. Cheap? The level of the devil realm is higher than that of the heavenly martial arts realm, Lu Congzi sneered. If we're talking about who's more valuable, humans should be more lowly. It's not about level, Yunxiao said. It's about the heart of a lowly person. With such a cheap heart, no matter how much he prides himself on being noble, He is still a cheap person. Excellent, excellent, well said. Good. Lu Songzi clapped and said, Your words have enlightened me. I welcome everyone to join the ranks of the bastards. Everyone felt dizzy. Lu Songzi's shamelessness were completely beyond their imagination. Even Yunxiao could not take it anymore. He said gloomily, Sorry, we don't have the talent to be a bitch. You should be one yourself. Hee. This is not up to you. Lu Songzi waved his hand and said coldly with a face full of killing intent, Kill them all! The 400 to 500 people immediately charged forward in a frenzy, their mouths letting out ferocious yells and yells. Be careful, everyone, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. The thing that possessed these fiendish cultivators should be the 10-directional vicious soul fiend. In the previous battle, more than 1,000 fiendish martial artists had escaped, but only 400 to 500 of them were left. If they didn't fail to possess Yi Nanshan's body and died, they would be killed by Yi Nantian. There are too many of them, Ling Mudi said in a low voice. Let's contact the outside and ask Hao Feng to bring people in. Most of the people outside are injured, Yunxiao said. Let them recuperate. We'll hold on for now. I'm afraid Lu Songzi has a backup plan. He summoned Kan and Chan as well and said, I'll have to trouble the two of you to help. Yunxiao had told them about the situation, and they were all overjoyed to have 2 more Void Realm experts. You're too polite. Since young Master Yun has invited me, I wouldn't dare to disobey, Kan said with great respect. The attitude of the 2 men immediately made the people from mysterious Separation Island suspicious. They naturally recognized Kan and Phoenix. They were the 2 powerful men who had survived the battle 100,000 years ago and stood beside the Demon Emperor. Kan and Min looked at the devil cultivators and frowned. They seemed to have recalled something and their faces were filled with emotion. Never in my dreams would I have thought that I'd be able to fight the demons again. The battlefield of the past seems to have just happened yesterday, the referee said. Stop sighing, Kan said. Make your move. The 2 of them transformed into their demon forms and charged into the battlefield, crushing the 2 fiendish cultivators in front of them. Kill! Yunxiao also shouted as he teleported over and cut off the head of a fiend cultivator, causing blood to spray out. However, it dried up after a few breaths. A large amount of demonic chi came out of the headless body and condensed into the 10-directional evil spirit. As expected, it's this item. After losing its body, the 10-directional evil spirit was suppressed by the realm power and roared in pain. Bang! Yunxiao then slapped out with his palm. A powerful thunderbolt jolted into its body and shattered into pieces, disintegrating into fiend energy. The people of the heavenly martial arts realm were like sharp blades, stabbing into the demonic martial arts cultivators. They were invincible, and dozens of them were killed in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Xing's expression turned unsightly and his confidence wavered. With so many casualties and so fast, can this crack be defended? Of course it can't be defended, Lu Songzi said indifferently. What? Xing's entire body trembled, his face filled with anger and shock. Then you should. Then how am I going to explain this to Lord Man? Lu Songzi laughed. Xing's face was dark as he nodded heavily. You think it's fun? If we fail to guard this crack, not only you, but I will also be punished. Lu Songzi said, You want to guard the crack with this little power? Is Lord Xing joking? What's your plan, Lu Songzi? Xing Nu asked. You promised Sir Man that you would definitely be able to defend it. That's why Sir Man has loaned you a large number of forces. If we ultimately lose and our forces are exhausted, then you won't be able to live. Lu Songzi snorted and said, A large force? Just these low-intelligence creatures? Don't underestimate these 10-directional evil spirits, Xing said. They're the backbone of the demonic dimension's strength. They're the most powerful force. Sir Man has mobilized almost 2/3 of the 10-directional deadly fiends. If they are all destroyed but the crack is not protected, Sir Man's anger will definitely burn you and me. In short, I don't have the ability to guard the crack, Lu Songzi said leisurely. If he's capable, he can do it himself. Xing was stunned. He looked at Lu Zongzi in a daze, not understanding what this human was thinking. However, he knew that Lu Zongzi was by no means a fool and must have a plan. After his expression changed several times, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Sir, I still owe you a favor. We're both grasshoppers on the same rope." "Hanana, don't worry, Lord Xing," Lu Zongzi laughed. "As long as you follow me, I won't let you suffer." Xing Yi chuckled drily, and a deep sense of fear flashed in his eyes. He suddenly felt that Lu Zongzi was like a venomous snake, and he was even more dangerous than man. "You don't have to worry too much," Lu Zongzi said. This crack had already mutated, and the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts would not allow it to exist. "Even if we manage to defend this time, they'll send more powerful forces next time, and we'll still lose in the end." In fact, Lord Man's idea of guarding the crack was extremely stupid. What we need is to open up more cracks, not to focus on guarding one. "Open up more cracks?" Xing asked. "Isn't this too difficult?" "It's indeed difficult, but there's a way," Lu Zongzi said. "If my guess is correct, the other demon supremacies will also try to do the same. What we originally wanted to do was just to conserve our energy and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Now he was guarding the crack and helping others. If you're not careful, man might even be devoured by the other demon venerables." Xing was scared witless. If man heard this, he would definitely be sentenced to death. He didn't dare to say anything, not even to echo. Lu Zongzi continued, "That's why I said man has made a cocoon around himself. After this incident, regardless of whether we can defend the crack or not, the barbarians will summon us back and give up on this crack." Xing thought for a while and felt that Lu Zongzi's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Let's hope so." At this moment, the battle in the well had reached an extremely tragic level. Although the average strength of the people from the heavenly martial arts realm was higher, the other side had more people. They were only affected by the tragic impact at the beginning of the contact, but then they gradually turned the tables and began to counterattack. Yunxiao had also realized that although the casualties were small, it was because everyone still had their strength, and they could still maintain the stalemate. If this continued and his origin power was exhausted, the casualties would instantly spread. Once the whole was broken, he would be completely defeated. As he fought, he sent out a message. The glazed light on his body also gradually dimmed. Now that they were killing so fiercely, they were the ones who consumed their energy the fastest. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Because the attacks of demonic cultivators were mainly made up of demonic qi, they were all pitch black in color, so the golden light was more dazzling. Yunxiao suddenly turned around and thrust the sword at the golden light, causing his entire arm to go numb and his body to take a few steps back. He was immediately attacked by a fiendish cultivator, who slapped him on the back. The qi and blood in his body surged. There were too many fiendish martial artists, and everyone was overwhelmed. Once their defenses were broken, they would be instantly killed. Yunxiao was instantly injured by the sneak attack and pincer attack, which attracted the fiendish cultivators around him to surround him, and a large number of attacks rained down like a curtain of beads. There was also a light hidden in these attacks. It was gold and silver in color, and it was Lu Zongzi's gold and silver truncheons. Surprised, Yunxiao immediately conjured 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a weapon to meet the attacks coming from all directions. At the same time, he grabbed the golden wheel of the tree with one arm and spun it away. Suddenly, the shadow of a towering tree emerged in the void and stretched out like a barrier, greatly reducing the pressure on Yunxiao. Boom! However, in just an instant, as the violent attacks rained down, the barrier's power continued to shatter. Especially after the twin truncheons struck, the shadow of the tree swayed and shrank violently. The golden will let out a mournful sound, and countless golden runes flashed on it. "That's the Swan Ni magic tree's golden wheel," Xing shouted from a distance. A fierce light burst out of Xing's eyes as he disappeared from where he was and teleported in front of Yunxiao, then opened his hand and grabbed the golden Lu Zongzi, was also full of killing intent as he shouted, "A great opportunity!" The 2 truncheons fell down like meteors toward Yunxiao's body. while Xing's 5 fingers pressed down on the golden will like claws, making it unable to move. Yunxiao was very anxious. All 3 Dharma forms were entangled by the fiend cultivators, but even without them, he was no match for Lu Congzi in his current state, not to mention that Xing was also involved. Clang! Suddenly, countless golden runes danced on the magic tree's golden wheel, as if a certain mechanism had been activated. Thousands of runes spun like a wheel, and in an instant, Xing's arm was cut into pieces. Xing was hit and was sent flying with a loud cry. He was already suppressed by the realm power and was unable to use his full strength. Under the impact of the golden will, he was even more injured. What? Lu Congzi was also shocked. After the golden wheel of the magic tree stirred up the runes that filled the sky, it swayed and spun toward him, slashing at his 2 maces. Bang! The 3 profound level weapons met force with force, and golden light shot out in all directions like lightning. Lu Congzi retreated alone with 2 truncheons in his hands. His face was extremely gloomy as he shouted, "Who is it?" After spinning around in the air, the golden wheel did not fall into Yunxiao's hand. Instead, a figure in a long robe appeared and grabbed it. The man's face was calm, his hair and beard all white, and he was extremely old. The golden wheel of the magic tree also calmed down. The runes on it disappeared, but it was still very lively. Yunxiao was also taken aback. The old man was Bei Jinghong, who had recovered from his injuries and broken out of the Divine Realm tablet. Bei Jinghong had the dermic tree golden wheel in his hand. He looked around and spun his hand. Countless golden lights shot out and immediately, all the demonic cultivators within 100 feet exploded and died. Who are you? Lu Congzi and Xing were both shocked. Bei Jinghong ignored him and looked at the saint weapon in his hand. He made a few seals on it, and a golden light flowed. Yunxiao's heart trembled. He had been refining the golden wheel of the magic tree for a long time, but the mark on it had been wiped away by Bei Jinghong. Bei Jinghong turned to look at him and said sarcastically, "Saint artifacts aren't something that just anyone can play with." With that, he headed straight for the regional wall. Bei Jinghong! You! Ling Mudi also saw the change and exclaimed. Bei Jinghong grabbed the golden wheel and turned it. Suddenly, a golden light flew up, covered his body, and touched the regional wall. The golden light was like a drop of water. It melted into the regional wall without any obstacles. Then, Bei Jinghong's entire body slowly merged into it. Inanshan's body was half gone, and his face was still exposed. He looked at Yi Xiao coldly and said, "The king of the western regions, Bei Jinghong?" Bei Jinghong glanced at him. His cold expression seemed to be saying, "Who the hell are you?" Yinantian suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha! That's ironic. Shut up." Bei Jinghong said coldly, "Your smile is so annoying. One more word and I'll kill you." Yinantian sneered and said, "Hate? This proves that your Tao heart is not firm enough. If you don't have enough faith in the path you've chosen, how can you walk down it?" Bei Jinghong's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you comment on this old man?" Yinantian sneered, "A bitch is pretentious. I will judge her. What can you do? Moreover, it's not just me who can judge a slut like you for willingly joining the devil. Everyone in the world can judge you." Yinantian directly used the bitch Yunxiao had used to scold Lu Congzi to scold Bei Jinghong. Bei Jinghong was furious. His face was ashen. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and he sent a golden light over. Yinanshan's body was caught by 7 or 8 hands, and he couldn't move at all. He took the hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. But the sneer in his eyes didn't stop. He laughed even harder, but after a few hits, there was no more sound. He was completely dragged into the devil world by those 7 or 8 large hands and disappeared from the regional wall. Bei Jinghong looked at him coldly and didn't attack again. He also blended in and disappeared completely. Yunxiao watched the 2 of them disappear in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to himself. "You damn thing," Xing angrily said. He turned around and headed towards the regional wall. "Stop!" Lu Congzi shouted. "What are you doing?" "Yes." Xing Wei turned his head and said, Go into the demonic realm and kill that man. A cold light flickered in his eyes. In the demonic realm, one side is weak while the other is strong. I can use all my power, but he will be suppressed. Killing him will be as easy as blowing off dust. No, Lu Zongzi said. Once you return to the devil world, Sir Man will immediately know. So what if you know? Xing asked. It's only natural for me to chase after that person. Moreover, that profound level weapon was the famous golden wheel of the magic tree in the devil world. The demon Lord Emperor, who was brought to the realm of heavenly martial arts, is now lost. With that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Zongzi and rushed towards the regional wall, disappearing in a flash. Lu Zongzi revealed a contemplative expression, and his eyes flickered. Lu Zongzi, where's Yang Di, Xianxia, and Fian? Yunxiao's heart was filled with anger. Ignoring his injuries, he turned into a sword beam and slashed down. Bang! Lu Zongzi casually threw out the silver gem and hit the sword light, shaking it away. Damn it! Yunxiao was furious. He was injured and had consumed a lot of his strength, but he could not care less. He immediately summoned tens of millions of swords and slashed them down. Bang 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 bang! Hee. Your rage can't change your disadvantage. Lu Zongzi smiled faintly. His two truncheons danced beside him, shattering all the sword chi. Where are they? Where are they? Unable to restrain his anger, Yunxiao stopped his sword and held it horizontally in front of him. The white sword ignited with flames, and a strong light burst out from his body. It was as if he was burning. Lu Zongzi was slightly shocked. He sensed the danger and retreated with his double truncheons. Die! Yunxiao's strength rose to an extreme, and the sword shone with a penetrating light, which turned into a sword beam and slashed down. Humph! Lu Zongzi's face was gloomy. It's a meaningless fight. He raised his double maces, and a cold light flashed across his face. He was immediately covered by his mask, revealing a pair of cold eyes. His aura also rose rapidly. Bang! Yunxiao thrust his sword forward, and the white flame that filled the sky melted into the sword chi, shattering the gold and silver barrier and hitting the two truncheons, causing them to flash and scatter. The sword chi and the flame hit Lu Zongzi's body, burning his robe and cutting it. Yunxiao himself was also hit by the backlash, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Where is he? Those people you mentioned are all from the Sea of Soul formation, Lu Zongzi said coldly. As the chief, I don't need to report to you. Release those people, Yunxiao said coldly. I won't kill you today. Huh? What did you just say? Kill me? Lu Zongzi laughed and said, Kill me? Ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao, are you so stupid that you can't even see the situation clearly? In the ancient Devil's Well, the humans began to show signs of fatigue from the intense battle. The number of casualties was increasing. Although more demonic martial artists had died, these people had already been invaded by the brutal souls and lost their minds. They were not afraid of death at all. What if I don't want to live? Yunxiao said coldly. What if I die with you? The red slash of the sword death pressed down, and the ice fiend heart flame burned slowly. The Emperor Slaughterer sword truncheons let out crackling sounds. Lu Zongzi immediately sensed danger and shouted, You're crazy! What do you want to do? He hurriedly exerted his strength, trying to shake off the sword wound, but Yunxiao seemed to have made up his mind. The sword was stuck to the two truncheons, and he could not get rid of it no matter what. Heh! There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just whether you want to or not. I want to save them. Yunxiao grinned hideously. That's all I want. He displayed his transcendence golden body, his 6 arms holding profound level weapons. His 3-faced transcendence golden body was ferocious and cold. Can you feel the power of these profound level weapons? Can you feel my power as an harmonization realm expert? If I can't kill you alive, can't I kill you even if I die? Yunxiao threatened. You're crazy. Lu Zongzi trembled with anger, but his face was also extremely ugly under the light of those profound level weapons. Yunxiao sneered. In any case, I've already died once, and I've cultivated the great expansion divine technique to the acme of perfection. I might not die even if I'm smashed to pieces. Perhaps I'll be reincarnated again, but it's only 20 years. Lu Zongzi's heart trembled when he heard that. He said angrily, I don't believe that you're willing to die. You're just threatening me. Who doesn't want to live? But how can I get it if I don't give it up? Xianxia said coldly, and his eyes suddenly became clear, like the calm before the storm. No, I don't believe you will self-destruct. You're just threatening me. Lu Zongzi roared, and the blue veins on his body bulged. There was fear in his angry and fierce eyes. He was extremely smart and had all kinds of schemes, so he naturally understood that there was a high probability that Xianxia was lying to him. But what if the madman was serious? When Lu Zongzi thought of this small probability, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. He was afraid of death and he didn't dare to take the risk. Although Xianxia's life had been in the past, it was far from comparable to his own. Naturally, Xianxia saw his fear. He gave him a contemptuous glance and said, Then let's try. The four arms raised the profound level weapons, and the Transcendent's golden body in front of it made a single hand seal. The terrifying power of the profound level weapons burst out, forming a whirlwind in front of the Transcendent's golden body. Stop! Lu Zongzi screamed in horror and was completely frightened. He said in a hurry, Stop it. I'm willing to have a good talk with you. The line of defense in his heart collapsed in an instant. Even though he knew Xianxia was just scaring him, he was still frightened. Lu Zongzi only felt extremely aggrieved and angry. He was extremely talented, but he didn't expect to be scared by someone. The humiliation was magnified infinitely in his heart, and his eyes were full of resentment. Although he had always wanted to kill Xianxia, it was only to get rid of the scourge, and he did not have much hatred for him. But now it was different. Xianxia had completely shattered his self-esteem, and for the first time he felt ashamed and angry. He even felt uncomfortable when his flesh was cut with a knife. But who asked him to be afraid of death? Who asked his own life to be more precious than the other parties? Lu Zongzi knew that he could only swallow this humiliation and wait for the right time to take revenge. Xianxia chuckled and said, I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Let them out now. Otherwise, we'll all be finished. They are no longer in the ancient devil's well. Lu Zongzi said angrily, You want to lie to me? I don't care. If we don't see him, we'll die together. He looked angry, but his heart trembled. He knew that Lu Zongzi most likely didn't lie to him. Although the ancient devil's well had undergone some changes, it wasn't very spacious. He had deliberately used his divine sense to scan it, but he hadn't found it. It's true, Lu Zongzi quickly said. Although I'm not on the same path as you, I have no reason to lie to Voucher. I've already sent all of them into the devil realm. Gift your sister. Xianxia was furious. Even Lu Zongzi could not lie in front of him, so he immediately understood that it was true. A violent emotion spread in his heart, and the golden light on his body and the profound level weapon became stronger and more violent. Don't get so excited. Lu Zongzi was frightened and quickly said, Don't get too excited. I can send people to bring them back. Xianxia's face was cold. After staring at him for a while, he slowly calmed down and said coldly, Make all these devil cultivators stop. What? What? Lu Zongzi was shocked and said, If all of you stop, we'll be at your mercy. This request is too much. It's too much. Xianxia grinned hideously. So what? Do you want them to live, or do you want to live? Lu Zongzi looked at him coldly and said, If they were killed, I wouldn't be able to escape with so many people surrounding me. This is no different from suicide. Even if you die with me, I can't agree to it. Humph. Xianxia snorted. You've calculated it quite clearly. I love your talent. Lu Zongzi said earnestly. I've invited you to be an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul formation in both lives. Why do you have to be my enemy? My heart was set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. He sighed. Shine your sister. I have nothing to say to a bitch like you. Xianxia scolded. Give me the way to enter the devil world. When Yunxiao saw that it was impossible to save Yang Di and the others, he thought of entering the devil world. Lu Zongzi frowned and fell into deep thought. He had wanted to fool the man, but he thought that the man in front of him was also very intelligent. The odds of winning were too low if he tried to play tricks under his eyes. If he angered him, he would be the one who suffered in this situation. "Will you let me go if I tell you the way to enter?" he asked honestly. "Yes," Yunxiao said with a nod. "All right." Lu Zongzi was quite straightforward. He said, "Once an ordinary person touches the boundary wall, he will definitely be crushed to pieces. But since the people of the devil world can cross the boundary to come here, we can also go over. I'll teach you the secret technique now." A black light flickered between his brows, and a faint spiritual power spread out. Yunxiao scanned the message with his divine sense, and the two of them immediately sent each other a message through the air. After a moment of silence, they knew that it was true. "You can let me go now," Lu Zongzi said coldly. "Get lost. Die." Yunxiao cried out coldly as he pressed his sword down. His whole body was covered in a white light of sorcerer god as he teleported away, leaving behind only void ripples that spread in front of Lu Zongzi. Lu Zongzi trembled with anger, and finally all his anger burst out. He put the two truncheons together and attacked. Yunxiao reappeared thousands of feet away, and as soon as he did, a large number of fiendish cultivators and martial artists rushed over. Yunxiao was also in a very bad state at the moment, and he did not have much energy to waste on these things. With a sweep of his sword, he made hundreds of changes in the air and beheaded these fiendish cultivators. Then, the gold and silver truncheons rushed over and killed a large number of them. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had stepped back again, away from Lu Zongzi. "Trash! You trash! Quickly kill them all! Die!" Lu Zongzi roared as he charged into the formation with his double truncheons, killing a few Heavenly Martial League members with a few casual strikes. At this moment, Hao Feng had also led the 70-odd people outside the well into the battle. The number of devil cultivators immediately decreased. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Zongzi snorted coldly and turned to head back to the regional wall. Several experts from the realm of heavenly martial arts had been paying attention to him. Seeing that he was about to escape, they immediately turned into several beams of light and chased after him. However, at the same time, the large number of devil cultivators that they had been holding back also moved and trapped them again. "You can't even save yourself? And you still want to keep me?" Lu Zongzi laughed. "Don't worry, we'll meet again soon." He strode towards the regional wall, his hands continuously forming hand seals as demonic chi surged from his body. Following that, it turned into a ball of black and slowly merged into it. Although everyone was angry, there was nothing they could do. Just as Lu Zongzi had said, they could not even save themselves, so they did not have the energy to care about this. At this moment, many faces and bodies were still appearing on the regional wall. They were all seeping out. A few human-like existences finally broke out of the regional wall. They laughed wildly before charging into the battlefield. This kind of human-shaped spirit was in existence between the 10 Directions evil spirit and the demon lord. However, after coming out, it was suppressed by the realm power and was quickly crushed into pieces. But it still could not stop the large number of demons on the regional wall from squeezing out. They knew that they were going to die, but they still came out without hesitation. The battle in the ancient devil's well had reached the point of turning white. All the experts of the heavenly martial arts realm were ashen-faced, with a hint of anxiety. Now that Lu Zongzi had escaped, the battle became meaningless. These fiendish martial artists were simply abandoned. Lu Zongzi didn't take them seriously at all, and these abandoned people had killed more than half of their companions, reducing their strength. After a few hours, all the devil cultivators were finally killed. After the demonic cultivators died, they turned into pure demonic chi and scattered in the air. It was so thick that one could not even see their own fingers. A large number of martial artists' wounds were infected, and they began to show signs of demonic cultivation. "Everyone, come into the barrier!" The Lingmu flute immediately opened up a barrier, dispersing the devil chi. The barrier was several thousand feet wide, allowing everyone to enter and recuperate. More than half of the wounded came in, leaving only 60 people. Everyone's expression was ugly, and their eyes were like dead fish. More man nail or tnem were Kilia, Ana even Tiani Supreme Commonaire Yinantian, was captured and brought to the devil world. This was the result of the first battle, causing everyone's hands and feet to turn cold, as if a large stone was pressing on their chests. Yunxiao was also very angry. Coupled with his fatigue and injuries, he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. What do we do now? Ben Tingfeng's body was trembling. He was also covered in blood, and his back was a bloody mess as if someone had torn a piece of flesh off him, but he didn't feel it at all. Let's go back first, said Ling Mudi. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's go back and sort things out first. Then we'll think of a countermeasure. Go back. Then what about the Heavenly King? Ben Tingfeng was stunned. What was the result of this battle? Are you going to go back with your tail between your legs? The three questions made everyone feel ashamed. They all shook their heads and sighed, and some even lowered their heads. Although we've suffered heavy losses in this battle, we've indeed won, said Ling Mudi. Lu Zongzi and the demonic monarch have escaped. All the demonic cultivators have been killed. The soul formation sea has been taken, and the ancient devil's well has been taken. Aren't these the results? Everyone thought about it and agreed. Their dejected appearance immediately became a little more excited. Although it was a little tragic, there were still results. Ling Mudi looked at Ben Tingfeng and said, "Wasn't our previous goal to take down the Sea of Soul Formation and kill all the fiendish cultivators? Now only Lu Zongzi has escaped, and everything else has been realized." Ben Tingfeng stood there, not knowing what to do. At this moment, even if he won, he wouldn't be happy. Hao Feng said in a deep voice, "Going back is the right thing to do. We can't go to the devil world to save Yinantian now." Even if he could find a secret way to get in, he was not sure if he could save Yinantian. He could only temporarily withdraw his troops and report the matter to the island master, leaving the rest to the island master to make a decision. What I'm worried about now is the ancient devil's well. Although we've taken it down for now, the crack is still there. It'll be difficult to seal it with our strength. Why don't we just send someone to guard it? Ben Tingfeng asked. Then we'll have to send a few true powerhouses to guard the place. Otherwise, if a few people like Lu Zongzi came, the crack would be lost again. In my opinion, there should be at least 5 Void Realm warriors to guard the place. If we attack the demonic creature the moment it leaves the boundary wall, we should be safe. It'll be difficult. Ben Tingfeng shook his head. The most important thing now was that all the powerhouses were seriously injured and had to return to the realm of heavenly martial arts to recuperate. They would not recover in a short time, unless they could dispatch another 5 Void Realm powerhouses. But at this moment, there were no more Void Realm powerhouses in the world. The atmosphere suddenly fell to a low point, and everyone felt dejected. If they couldn't send someone to guard the ancient devil's well, it would soon be taken away by the monsters. Then the meaning of this battle would be lost, and all their companions would have died in vain. Don't be disheartened, Ling Mudi suddenly said. I have an item that can seal this place. At least it can seal it for a while. Oh? May I know what it is? Hao Feng asked in surprise. After all, Ling Mudi was as powerful as Yi Qingyu. Ling Mudi casually took out an item. It was a golden talisman that was half a foot long. He held it in his hand and said, "This item is called Upper 9 Divine Palace Talisman." In an instant, the demonic chi that filled the sky dispersed. A large number of characters flew up from the talisman and rotated in the sky. Finally, they condensed into an array and pressed towards the regional wall. All of the golden light flickered 100 feet away from the regional wall and disappeared. After all this was done, it was as if nothing had happened. Most people could not detect any changes. But Yunxiao could clearly sense that there was an additional obstacle in front of the regional wall, and the overflowing fiend energy was cut off by the power of the Upper 9 Divine Palace Talisman. What? Ben Tingfeng was shocked. If we seal the crack, we can't save Master Yinantian. It's hard to have both sides. Even if Yinantian was here, he would still choose to seal the crack. Hao Feng said, "Don't be too sad." Ling Mudi said, "Victory and defeat are common in the military. Besides, we won this time. 100,000 years ago, in the first few battles with the Devil Realm, they had lost even more miserably. But in the end, the heavenly martial realm still won. What we need to do now is to go back and recuperate and build up our strength for the next battle." Hao Feng's expression was grave as he said, "That's right. We're not strong enough yet. We need to be stronger." His eyes fell on Yun Xiao as he said, "Alliance Master Yun, what about the 10 rules?" Yun Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. From today on, Yanwu's territory would be open to Mysterious Separation Island. Anyone who wants to fight against the devil can enter Yanwu's territory to cultivate, even if they don't join the Heavenly Martial Alliance." This battle also made him feel a great urgency. If he continued to monopolize resources and become enemies with the forces of the world, he could no longer adapt to the situation. Hao Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light as he nodded and said, "That's good. Everyone, come with me to Yanwu and comprehend the rules. You guys go first. I'll go back to Mysterious Separation Island to report this to the island master." Ben Tingfeng said, "Very good." Hao Feng nodded. Everyone quickly pulled themselves together. They had long been indifferent to life and death. It was just that the tragedy had caused their confidence to collapse a little, but they had also regained their confidence. "Let's go," he said. In front of the Lingmu flute, a golden light appeared in the surroundings, splitting the devil chi in front of him. He took the lead and flew out of the well. A few days later, the battle at the ancient devil's well shocked the world, and the Sea of Soul Formation was taken over by the heavenly martial arts realm. It became a forbidden place, and no one was allowed to enter. Yanwu had also become the core of the heavenly martial realm. In order to comprehend the 10 rules, a large number of experts had gathered from all directions, as if they were on a pilgrimage. In a pitch-black deep valley, it was as silent as a dead land that would never change, without any waves. Looking down from above the deep valley, the endless demonic chi was like a dormant volcano. It was as quiet as still water and could not flow at all. The space suddenly twisted slightly, and a simple chariot shuttled out. The chariot had a strange and ancient design. It was made of bronze and had a ferocious beast head. The chariot made a slight turn in the sky above the valley and then disappeared, directly entering the bottom of the valley. After sinking for tens of thousands of feet, there was a faint light floating up. Upon a closer look, the bottom of the valley was covered in golden powder, which formed thousands of strange symbols. It was actually a large formation. A shadow flickered on the chariot, and a figure appeared beside it. The figure had blue hair that was particularly eye-catching, and he snorted as he glanced down. With a wave of his sleeve, the chariot was also put away. It transformed into a streak of blue light and flew into the formation before disappearing. In the next moment, he was in a pitch-black hall. Green flames burned on the wall lamps on all 4 sides, and there were human figures under the light. "Blue, you're really dawdling. We're just waiting for you." A voice of dissatisfaction came from the hall. The man was tall and burly, as strong as an ox with bulging muscles on his body. He had a great sense of aesthetics and glanced at Lan with dissatisfaction. "The main character hasn't said a word, so what are you complaining about?" Blue sneered. He strode over. There were a total of 4 people in the hall, some standing and some sitting. Their postures were casual and lazy, and they looked over. The burly man was standing, his skin covered in demonic patterns. Just looking at it made one's heart palpitate in fear. A skinny old man sat on the left, resting his head with his fist. He only sat up straight when Blue walked in. Everyone's finally here. The few of them looked away from Lan and turned to the elder. Lan cupped his hands and stood straight in the center of the hall like the burly man. He smiled and said, "Gee, you're too timid. You even arranged for a meeting to be held in this Death Demon Valley. You want us to be sneaky like thieves? Do you still have the demeanor of a demon commander? Isn't this to completely avoid Barbarian? If he finds out that we're secretly meeting, although I'm not afraid, trouble will appear out of nowhere. It's better to avoid trouble. You're still so careful and afraid of death, Lan snorted. The burly demon lord was called Yen, and he said cautiously, "It's always good to be careful." Blue waved his hand. "It's up to you. They're already here. Just say what you have to say." "The entrance to the two worlds in the barbarian land has been sealed," Ji said slowly with a serious expression. "What?" The other four people were all shocked, and their lazy expressions were swept away, replaced by shock. How could this be? Is the information reliable? An elegant man who had been half-lying also sat up straight. His eyes shot out a green light and he revealed a murderous aura. The man's name was Gong, and he was also one of the demon venerables. The other people's expressions were also ugly. They knew that Jiju would not bring unverified news to the meeting. There was also a demon lord who sat cross-legged in the air. He was like an afterimage, but he also opened his eyes and looked at MOG. "It's absolutely true," Ji said. "Man, that trash," Lan said coldly. It was not easy to open a crack, but it was sealed by the realm of heavenly martial arts. "You've lost the face of our demon commander. I shouldn't have let him manage the crack in the first place," Gong said coldly. "Now that he's made such a big mess, I can't let him off so easily. The problem now isn't settling accounts, nor is it an internal fight. I chose to meet here to avoid misunderstanding and man thinking that we're going against him. The most important thing now is to deal with the future. Judging from the fact that the crack is sealed this time, we have a problem in estimating the strength of the realm of heavenly martial arts. They're much more powerful than we thought. So what if he's powerful? As long as there aren't any Saint Devil level experts, we have nothing to fear. There's definitely no Saint level demon, but there should be demon supreme level powerhouses. So we can't be careless in the future. The crack in the barbarian territory might not be reliable anymore. We need to think of another way." Lord Demon, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "I've heard that man has been managing that crack for a long time, and has transplanted a large amount of magic moss there to create a simulated environment, and it has been very successful. How could he have been sealed by the realm of heavenly martial arts? If the realm of heavenly martial arts has such power, we might not be able to do it even if we try to find another way. This is the reason why I've gathered all of you here today," Ji said. "I'm thinking of working together to open a crack, and with the power of the 5 tribes, it'll be enough to force open a passage and spread a large number of demonic creatures to the realm of heaven martial arts, reversing the realm power." The hearts of Ho Fei and the other 3 shook. They looked at each other and began to ponder. "This is the most appropriate method at the moment," Ji said slowly. "It will be troublesome if another big crack is sealed. There are hundreds of rifts between the two worlds, but only a few can be used," Yen asked. "But which one has Lord Ji chosen?" "The barbarian section was the most promising one, but it's completely out of the question now," Ji said. "I won't hide it from everyone. 4 million li north of my Ji clan's Xianxia mountain, there is a Jie river. There is an extremely well-hidden crack in the river, and it has already started to slowly mutate." "What? It's mutated?" The other 4 people were all shocked. Yen said in surprise, "Are you sure it's mutated?" "Of course," Ji replied. "This is not a joke." "Haha. Then what are we waiting for?" Yen laughed. "I'll choose this." Ji shook her head slightly and said, "El discovered this crack a long time ago, but I didn't dare to move it. This is because there's a life form in the world river known as the world-devouring devil. 0%. A demonic insect that can devour world power." Hoi was shocked. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and he said, "This is a variant that only existed in the ancient times of the devil realm. It is rumored that it can devour the power of the realm and directly travel from one realm to another." The other 3 people were shocked. Yen said, "Devouring world energy? How could there be such a thing? Since you are born in a realm, you are bound by the rules of the realm." The other 2 also nodded their heads in agreement with Yan's point of view. They felt that the saying of devouring the world energy was too absurd. Ho Dao said, "Vuvi Onolv become demon supremacies in recent years. so Vu know very little about the history of the demon world. Since Lord Ji discovered that the realm-devouring Devil Empress didn't dare to act rashly, he should know how powerful it is. Ji laughed bitterly and shook her head. Although I've lived more than 1,000 years, I've lived in vain. Prior to this, they didn't even know of the existence of the world-devouring demon. It was only after they suffered a huge loss and learned the lesson from the deaths of over 10 demon monarchs that they discovered its origins. However, I still do not know much. Please explain in detail, Lord Ho. Ho stroked his beard and smiled. So that's how it is. It's a coincidence that I happened to see it when I was flipping through an ancient book. This world-devouring devil is an ancient creature that appeared not long after the birth of the devil world. However, because it has the ability to devour world power, the ancient records say that this creature may not be from the devil world, and it is extremely likely that it devoured from another world. I see, Ji sighed. You've caused me to lose so many soldiers. In that case, the crack in the inner realm is very likely to have been devoured by this thing. It's highly possible, Ho nodded. Why can't this thing just devour more? Ji was extremely depressed. It would be better if it could just pierce through the two realms. There must be a reason, Ho muttered. We can go and investigate, but we must be careful. This world-devouring devil is an existence that can even devour a saint devil. The moment you discover something amiss, immediately retreat. Holy devouring demon. The other 4 demon venerables were all dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. Ji said, Lord Ho is talking about special circumstances, or when there are many of them. I've briefly investigated this world river, and 2 demon venerables are enough to destroy them all. It requires the strength of 2 demon supremacies. That's already extremely terrifying, Yen said, his heart palpitating. Yes, Ji nodded. If the crack in the Berserker tribe hadn't been sealed, I wouldn't have thought of this place. Time is running out, we can only try. Ho Dao said, if the 5 of us join forces, we'll be strong enough to sweep through the devil world. Naturally, we don't have to be afraid. I agree with Lord Ji's suggestion. What do the 3 of you think? He turned his gaze to the other 3. Blue laughed hideously and said, hee. Interesting. Since you've all agreed, I naturally have no objections. Gong Hien also lightly nodded in agreement. Good. Ji was overjoyed. Let's go back and prepare first. 3 days later, we will meet at Songshen Mountain and head to the Jie River together. After the 5 of them came to an agreement, they disappeared from the main hall one by one. Then, the fire on the wall also went out with a plop, and the hall fell into silence. At the same time, in the realm of heavenly martial arts, in Yanwu, martial artists flew back and forth, and the city was full of vitality. After Yanwu's restrictive barrier was opened, all the martial artists in the world swarmed in. As long as they swore to resist the demons, they would not refuse. Yunxiao had gone into seclusion to recuperate after he returned, and everyone was in a bad mood, so they did the same. Everything in the city was handled by Lingmu Di, and everything was in order. One day, Yunxiao suddenly sensed something. He came out of seclusion and teleported away in a flash, appearing in the great hall of the city lord mansion. Lord Mu Xing, it's you. In the hall, Lingmu Di was entertaining an old man. The 2 of them sat opposite each other and drank. There was a puppet behind the old man. It was Mu Xing, whom he had met in the eternal world. As soon as Yunxiao saw him, he knew that the old man must be Mu Xing. Overjoyed, he hurried over to greet him. Mu Xing put down the teacup with a smile and cupped his fists. Alliance Master Yun, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Ha ha! Yunxiao laughed. Lord Mu Xing, how have you been? I heard that Alliance Master Yun is cultivating in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you. I was just planning to find a quiet place to enter closed-door cultivation. I'm not busy. Yunxiao stepped forward with a smile and said in a very intimate manner, I've been waiting day and night for Lord Mu Xing to finally come. How can I just leave like that? Mu Xing raised his brows and said calmly, I'm just an old man. What's there to hope for? Young Master Yun, just tell me what you need from me. Yunxiao looked around and said, Is Lord Mu Xing the only one here? Isn't this a little illogical? Haha, Alliance Master Yun is indeed intelligent, Mu Xing laughed strangely. He and Ling Mudi looked at each other and smiled. Lord Mu Xing is here for the puppet refining, Ling Mudi said. After the battle at the Sea of Soul Formation, the Island Lord has also placed great importance on the alliance between the two sects, Mu Xing said with a serious expression. He knew that Alliance Master Yun was recruiting experts to make puppets, so he sent me to help. At the same time, I also hope to use the power of the 10 rules to refine the elemental energy in my body and increase my lifespan. Haha, great. With Mr. Mu Xing's help, Yanwu will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I've sent people to Heavenspan Island to find the people of the Mu family, Yun Xiao said with great joy. At that time, Lord Mu Xing can also meet them. Let's leave it to fate, Mu Xing said indifferently. He had met some descendants of the Mu family in the eternal world, but they seemed to have lost interest in this matter. He took out a square plate and placed it in the void in front of him. He grabbed the edge with both hands and turned it slightly. The runes on the square plates rotated and shot out hundreds of golden lights, which spread in all directions and condensed into huge golden figures, 12 in total. The golden body was majestic, and its dharma was solemn. 12 divine beings killing formation. Yun Xiao cried out in surprise. It's the 12 divine beings killing formation. This is the three-dimensional formation map of the 12 capital heaven divine fiend formation. Mu Xing nodded and said, It's been passed down from the ancient times and eventually fell into my hands. It's a pity that my talent is limited, and I can't perfect it. If I had given this to Mu Chen back then, I might have been able to make something even more powerful. He sighed with a sorrowful expression. Lord Mu Xing, you don't have to belittle yourself, Yun Xiao said. Everything is fated. Mu Xing perked up and said, Back then, I wanted to create an identical capital heaven divine wraith formation based on this formation map, but it's a pity that the materials required for these 12 golden men were too heaven-defying. With the Mu family's strength at that time, it was difficult to even create one, let alone 12. But now, with Yanwu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to produce 12. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was slightly surprised, but he could not help but feel a little excited. The aura coming from the 12 array images was very powerful. If they could be completely restored, the defense of Yanwu would be almost freakishly strong. What materials do you need? Yun Xiao rubbed his hands and asked with some excitement. This golden man is made up of 32 main materials and 1366 supplementary materials. The 32 main materials are Kasaya, Mu Xing said with a smile. It took Mu Xing an hour to list all the materials as if they were family treasures, and finally, she looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. Yun Xiao's face had turned as dark as a pig's liver as he said gloomily, Not to mention Yanwu, even the entire realm of heavenly martial arts might not be able to afford such a huge expense. Ling Mudi, who was listening at the side, also frowned and shook his head. It was 100,000 years ago, with the wealth of the North region under my control, I might have been able to take it out. But now, the resources in the realm of heavenly martial arts are also severely lacking, and it can't be compared with the past at all. It's really difficult. Yun Xiao said, It's more than difficult. There are at least 30 to 40 of them that are already extinct. If it's only a small number, we might be able to dig it out. But if it's extinct, it'll be difficult, Mu Xing muttered. I'll ask the Chamber of Commerce, Yun Xiao said. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to find other raw materials to replace them. After all, everything in the world has a natural counter to each other, and the recipe can be changed. Very soon, Ding Ling Su Liani, and Chen Shang came to answer the call. After looking at the list of materials, the three of them looked at each other with a difficult expression and shook their heads. I understand, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. I can see it from your looks. How about this? I'll look for Grandmaster Amaterasu and the others for reference and try to replace the ingredients with other ones. All right, Ding Linger nodded. The three of us will work it out and give you feedback later. I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Yun to find the materials, Mu Xing said. If you can refine the 12 golden men, It'll fulfill one of my wishes. I should, Xianxia said. The two of them exchanged some more pleasantries before Lingmu Di made arrangements for everything. Brother Xianxia, Ding Linger came up and said softly, I found out where Wei Qing is. Yunxiao's body trembled as he said in great joy, Really? Where is he? Ding Linger gestured a few times, and a void map appeared. It was a mountain range surrounded by mountains. Yunxiao was suspicious for a moment. He felt that she looked a little familiar, but he could not remember. It's this place. It's called the Ganbua Mountain. Ding Linger said. Ganbua Mountain? Isn't that Qiu Mujia's old nest? Oh. Yunxiao came to a realization. So this is where he hid. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Big brother Yunxiao, are you going alone? Ding Linger asked anxiously from behind. It's too dangerous. Don't worry, Yunxiao said without turning his head. With Lord Can and Lord Bai here, we can control everything. Soon, the teleportation array in Yanwu was activated, and Yunxiao headed for Mount Shenhua. Back then, Yunxiao had seen Ganbua Mountain with his divine sense, and he had learned its spatial location. A few days later, heavy snow suddenly fell, and the entire mountain range was covered in a layer of silver frost. A beam of green light came from afar and shot into the mountain range. Wherever the beam of light flashed, the space was distorted and rolled. The green light fell on the snow and turned into Yunxiao's figure, the soles of his shoes sticking to the snow, leaving no trace. He identified the direction, and with a flash of white light he teleported. The hut on Ganbua Mountain was still there, and there were signs of people everywhere. Yunxiao swept his divine sense over the entire mountain, and he could not help but look surprised. Who is it? Suddenly, Wei Wuya's shout came from inside the mountain, and in a flash, he was already in front of Yunxiao. It's you. Yunxiao looked very calm. He nodded and said, Lord Wuya, how have you been? Wei Wuya's expression changed and he shouted, What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Ganbua Mountain doesn't belong to your family, Yunxiao said. If your father and son can come, why can't I? His gaze turned cold. I just scanned the mountain with my divine sense. There are actually 600 to 700 people lying dormant in this mountain range. Are they all ghost Azuras? So what if I am? Wei Wuya snorted. What does it have to do with you? He became alert and stared at Yunxiao vigilantly. So what if I am? Yunxiao suddenly laughed angrily and said, Haha! You and your father are heartless. How many people have you killed? If that's the case, I'm going to do it on behalf of the heavens. Wei Wuya's face turned livid as he cursed. You're helping the heavens? Do you still think you're the son of heaven? This is outrageous, Yunxiao said coldly. Everyone has the right to punish him for such an outrageous thing. Wei Qing is also down there, right? I'll kill you first, and he'll naturally come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he became one with his sword, turning into a sword energy and slashing over. Wei Wuya was shocked and didn't have time to dodge. He held the ball with both hands and caught the sword in his palm. As the two forces collided, a ball of ice fiend heart flame was formed and spread in all directions. With a shake of his arm, Yunxiao's sword will immediately began to spin around the sword, constantly attacking Wei Wuya's power and disintegrating it inch by inch. Wei Wuya didn't dare to take the attack head-on. He directed the sword to his side and punched out with his right hand, forcing him to retreat with a bang. Yunxiao was about to give chase when the snow suddenly began to fall from below. Hundreds of figures rushed up and surrounded him with a murderous aura. These ghost Azura Kasaya. Yunxiao was taken aback as he found that it was very different from before, not only in appearance but also in aura. Wei Wuya looked at him coldly from outside the battlefield and said, Li Yunxiao, I don't know how many people you have in the Divine Realm tablet, but if you're alone, you're going to be buried in Shenhua Mountain. True God Realm. Yunxiao cried out in shock, his face filled with horror. The ghost Azuras around him kept roaring. As their bodies changed, their power directly crossed the barrier of martial arts and stepped into divine transcendence. Yunxiao's face was filled with shock, and he was almost dumbfounded. At a glance, The astonishing power of the hundreds of ghost Azuras was rising steadily. Bang! A few hundred feet away, a ghost Azura's body was distorted by the power. Under the increase of the powerful force, it couldn't bear it and exploded. Bang! Bang! A few more exploded, but only a few of them. Most of them had successfully broken through to the true immortal realm, and a powerful killing intent came from all directions, locking on Xianxia. Hold on! When he saw that the ghost Azuras were about to attack, Xianxia suddenly stopped them and shouted, "Wei Wuya! What's with these killing weapons? You can actually break through the shackles of the martial Dao. Do you still remember Luo Qingyun and Gongyang Zhangxi's death guards?" Wei Wuya sneered. "Of course I remember," Xianxia said. "Does this have anything to do with them?" The shock on his face could not be any greater. So many immortal state warriors had appeared all of a sudden, and this force was not inferior to Yenwu's. Perhaps only mysterious Separation Island could win. "It's actually very simple," Wei Wuya said. "After the battle at Five Cloud Mountain, we had a discussion with Gongyang Jingqi to share the secret technique of refining killing weapons. Under the double impact of blood extraction and gene chain unsealing, the power of the killing weapons would directly break through the shackles of martial arts. And Luo Qingyun is actually the first person to possess two secret techniques." Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. He stood there in a daze as he looked at the ferocious faces around him and shuddered. "I'll tell you one more thing," Wei Wuya grinned. "The very purpose of the fighter championship is to collect containers." A chill ran up Xianxia's spine, and he felt a chill run down his spine. "Where are the contestants who participated in the martial arts competition?" "Hee. It's already in the process of modification." Wei Wuya was nonchalant, as if he was talking about something insignificant. "Because they lack the power of blood, we'll modify them with Gongyang Jingqi's method first and then find a way to refine their blood." "Animal!" Xianxia was furious, and he felt boundless anger surging up from his heart. Back then, Wuxia used a human body for experiments and was expelled from the Sea of Solal Formation, being hunted down by everyone in the world. "But I didn't expect you to be 100 times fiercer than him." Wei Wuya's expression turned cold as he sneered. Wuxia was chased away not because he was evil, but because he wasn't strong enough. If he had been able to create immortal state warriors earlier, he would have been the master of the Sea of Soul Formation, or even the master of the world. No one would have dared to hunt him down. "Li Yunxiao, I advise you to be wise. The world is in chaos now, and we should unite against the devil. Don't fight with us. I've heard about what happened in the Sea of Soul Formation. As a commander, you are guilty of your own crimes. Yet you don't know how to repent. Instead, you want to stir up internal strife." Yunxiao's fingers cracked. Although the creation process of the force in front of him was extremely tragic and shocking, it was indeed a powerful existence that could not be ignored, and it would be a pity to destroy it. Furthermore, once there was a conflict, it would be a huge blow to the Heavenly Martial League. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Wei Wuya's expression also softened. "Lord Pajun, your brother is fighting against his enemy outside the wall. If you act rashly, have you considered the consequences?" Yunxiao's face was unsightly as he loosened his clenched fists, his palms covered in cold sweat, as if the fierce struggle in his heart had come to an end. 3 points. First, stop the production of these killing machines immediately. Second, these killing machines must be used on the battlefield against the demons. Third, remove the seal on Meng Wu and Meng Bai and return them to me. As long as you can do these 3 things, I'll leave immediately." Wei Wuya's brows furrowed as he snorted coldly. There are already a large number of martial artists in the process of production. Once they stop, they can't go back to the beginning and can only be wasted as materials. "I don't care what's happening now," Xianxia said angrily. "I don't care. But no one can be involved in this. We've already dug out most of the warriors with potential in the realm of heavenly martial arts," Wei Wuya said. "I can consider agreeing to this." It was just a casual remark, but it sent a chill down Yunxiao's spine. Almost all the powerhouses who could get a ranking in the fighter championship had been captured by them. Moreover, the secret experiments they had carried out previously had captured a large number of powerhouses. As for the second point, it's definitely not a problem. Wei Wuya continued. After all, the demons are our ultimate enemy. This was a battle that couldn't be coexisted. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. As for the third point, you can do it in the future, but not now. Why? Yun Xiao was taken aback. The first condition was already very harsh, but even Wei Wuya had agreed to it. Although the third condition was somewhat difficult, it should not be more difficult than the first. I have no comment on this matter, Wei Wuya said. Lord Pajun, don't be insatiable. Otherwise this old master will have to send you off by force. I'm here for the third point, Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. I'm here today for the third point. Wei Wuya's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, Then Sir Pajun is going to tear our faces apart. I'm very curious about how many people you've brought with you to the Divine Realm Tablet. Are you so confident that you can take down Ganbo Mountain? Did they move the entire Heavenly Martial League here? There are only a few of us, including me, Yun Xiao said indifferently. If we can't take down Qianbo Mountain, we can only kill as many as we can. With a bang, the sword in his hand burst into flames, and his killing intent soared. How arrogant! Kill! Kill him! Wei Wuya roared in anger and waved his hands. The weapons of slaughter in the surroundings, which had long been unable to hold back, all roared. Their faces revealed cruel savagery, and with a roar, they surrounded and charged over. Sword whirled. Yun Xiao's sword momentum condensed, and the ice fiend heart flame exploded along with the sword chi, shooting out in all directions. The world power of the sword was unleashed, and the area within a radius of a few thousand feet was filled with sword light, killing everything. Swish! Swish! Blood splattered everywhere and gushed out. The vital parts of the few killing weapons at the front were instantly cut off, and their heads were separated from their bodies. Yun Xiao's face was cold as he walked toward the killing weapons with his sword in hand. With every swing of the sword, a miserable scream would be heard as a killing weapon fell, killing more than 10 people in the blink of an eye. Wei Wuya's eyes twitched as his heart ached. Although there were many killing weapons, they were all his blood, sweat, and tears. He roared, "Damn it!" He rushed forward. Yun Xiao felt a powerful force gathering in the sky. Wei Wuya clenched his fist, and then thousands of foul auras gathered and turned into a huge saber. The ruling blade. Wei Wuya roared as he teleported above Yun Xiao and swung judgment down. The sword realm suddenly shattered, and the killing weapons were knocked away by the violent aura. Yun Xiao's power was suppressed in an instant, and his light shrank rapidly. Star Sword Slash. Yun Xiao compressed his power to the extreme and poured it into the sword. A vibrating sound came from the sword death's red slash, and a lotus bloomed out of the powerful flame, with tens of thousands of sword beams shooting up into the sky. Boom! The two forces were equally matched and turned into a terrifying pressure that shattered the sky. The entire mountain cracked and melted snow. Damn it! Wei Wuya was furious. He couldn't maintain his void realm for too long. After using the Blade of Judgment, he couldn't maintain it any longer and fell back to the Divine Sovereign Justice realm. He hurriedly summoned all the killing weapons from all directions to rush at Yun Xiao, while he himself retreated again and again, healing his wounds from a distance and watching. These killing machines had no sense of pain or perception, only excitement and killing. Although they were like moths flying into the fire, they still fought to be the first. Yun Xiao frowned slightly. He had consumed a lot of his strength to resist the strike of judgment just now. If he was attacked by these things, he would be in danger. An astral wind gathered in his left hand and suddenly turned into a hurricane. Within it was the shadow of a crocodile. The gator heaved a sigh of relief, and the hurricane instantly turned into thousands of wind blades, slashing in all directions. At the same time, he invited Kan and Yuan out of the Divine Realm Tablet. As soon as they appeared, they immediately showed their skills and began to slaughter without restraint. Wei Wuya's heart trembled with fear, but he felt even more pain in his heart. The killing weapons were like wheat that had been harvested, falling down one by one. Stop! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and the entire sky trembled. Then, a dazzling beam of light shot up from the bottom of the mountain and turned into a green shadow. A palm stretched out of it and struck at Xianxia. Sensing the dancer, Xianxia turned his palm and sent out the wind and cloud. Let me handle the wind and clouds. Boom! When the two palm forces collided, Xianxia felt his arm go numb, and he could not help but take a few steps back. The newcomer was Wei Qing, who had already stepped into the realm of divine sovereign justice. With a cold expression, he launched several moves at Xianxia without saying a word. The two of them instantly began to fight in the sky, like butterflies dancing. However, Xianxia was retreating as he fought, and he was at a disadvantage. I've finally broken through. From afar, Wei Wuya's eyes lit up with excitement. Qing'er finally broke through. With his talent and that treasure, he'll be able to reach the void tier sooner or later. Xianxia was also shocked. It had only been a short while since they parted in the eternal world, but Wei Qing's strength seemed to have risen several levels. He was so fierce that even an ordinary divine sovereign realm expert would not be his match. Besides, Xianxiao's strength had been reduced by 70 or 80%, so he could only be suppressed and beaten without any ability to fight back. He felt extremely depressed. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'm not afraid even if it's a tag team battle. Xianxia had been in danger several times, and he was forced to lose his temper. With an angry roar, he slapped his hand, and 12 golden beams shot out. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically, as if he knew how powerful this thing was. He didn't dare to approach and retreated. However, the golden light seemed to have a mind of its own and chased after him for tens of thousands of feet. It seemed to have locked onto him and was in hot pursuit. Wei Qing's brows furrowed as he made a hand seal and shouted. The space around him spun, and he teleported back to Xianxia with a mocking face. However, in just a moment, his mocking expression froze on his face, because in a flash, 6 Ding and 6 Jia also appeared at the same time and landed beside him. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Wei Qing looked around and saw that Lu Ding and Liu Jia were each making a different seal. Even their faces and shapes were vivid, and every time he looked at them, it seemed that their expressions had changed. Wei Qing, I'll give you one more chance. Agree to my 3 conditions, or else you and your father will be reduced to dust with the Ganbo mountain today. Lu Ding and Lu Jia transformed into human-shaped adults and surrounded Wei Qing. Xianxia performed a double-handed incantation gesture and appeared beside one of the puppets, staring coldly at Wei Qing in the array. Ha ha ha! I've heard the 3 conditions before. I wouldn't even agree to one, let alone 3. Wei Qing sneered. To be able to mass-produce godly state experts through the art of cultivation is a great achievement that can reverse the era and transcend time and space. You actually want to call a stop? Are you crazy? Xianxia laughed out of anger and scolded. What stupid words are you saying? You're the crazy one. What would you think if I refined you into a killing weapon? The heavenly Tao is heartless and looks down on everything. Wei Qing laughed. The saints were heartless and treated the people like dogs. Trash has no human rights and can only be at the mercy of saints. Aren't saints like you and I also at the mercy of the heavenly Tao? Now that the demonic tribulation has come, these people will die on the battlefield. So, it's better to exert more power and make more contributions to the realm of heavenly martial arts. Ridiculous! Even if I have to die, no one wants to die in such a cowardly way. Xianxia scolded angrily. You can use my body after I die. This is all your own evil intentions. Yet you blame it on the heavenly Tao. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Shameless. Hee. I'm ridiculous and shameless? Wei Qing suddenly laughed and said, the study of the Tao of human body techniques has a history of countless years. Especially after the Demon Master was sealed 100,000 years ago, the rules of the 10 directions were completely destroyed. It was developed to its peak. However, why did the method of refining to become a god appear at this time? Have you ever thought about Xianxiao's face flickered as he said in a cold voice? What are you trying to, ha ha ha? Wei Qing laughed proudly and said loudly, Li Yunxiao, you've already guessed it, but you just don't believe it. Ha ha ha. This is all the will of the heavens. Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Under the heavenly Tao, all living things were like ants. He looked up at the sky and wondered if everything was the will of heaven. Wei Qing looked at Can, Bai, and the crocodile, who were fighting in the distance. After killing a large number of killing weapons, they were also in a difficult situation and could only defend. These godly state-killing weapons were created by the heavenly Tao to eliminate demons, and they represent the heavenly Tao's choice. No matter how unwilling you are, you can't change this fact. I advise you to turn back and stop now. I don't want to set off a bloody storm. No one wants to see too much internal friction before the devil tribulation. But if you insist on doing things your way, I'm not afraid, Wei Qing said coldly with a cold expression. He held his right hand in front of his body. The flame representing extreme yang and the ice representing extreme yin turned into two colors and slowly rose in his palm. Under the illumination of the two extreme lights, a foot-long treasure bottle was condensed. It flickered with silver light and had scarlet beast patterns on it. Its power was astonishing. The bottle continued to exude light, and the entire void shook with it. It was gently glued together with the formation force, squeezing each other like an undercurrent. It was just that, under this undercurrent, the space was compressed until it deformed, and all kinds of violent forces were extremely unstable. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia seemed to have a spirit of their own. Their expressions became serious, and the seals in their hands also changed, increasing the power of the formation. Wei Qing's long robe fluttered violently. He said coldly, War or peace, it all depends on your words. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, Release Meng Wu and Meng Bai, and I'll leave immediately, before the end of the demonic catastrophe. I won't care about the matter of the killing machine anymore. This was already his bottom line. Wei Qing had also sensed Yunxiao's bottom line, so he said in a low voice, I can return the 2 siblings to you, but not now. I don't know how much you know about them, but they are related to a secret that I can't tell you for the time being. Give me a year's time, and I will return them to you in one piece. Not only are they perfectly fine, but they'll also be 2 top-tier experts. A year later? You're talking about the matters of the land, right? Yunxiao flicked his sleeve and said coldly with his hands behind his back. You know about it? Wei Qing's pupils contracted and shot out a sharp light. After a long while, he slowly restrained his anger and said calmly, No wonder. The heavenly martial union was unimaginably powerful now, and with the help of mysterious Separation Island, it was not strange for them to know the boundary of the land. Since you also understand the relationship between the two, then I will be direct. The power of the siblings comes from the land, and I need to obtain the power of the land. Not only for me, but also for dealing with the demonic tribulation. Why do you have to get it? Yunxiao said coldly. Why must you get it? It'll be of great benefit to me too. Wei Qing snorted. No matter what you say, I've been preparing for this for so long. How can I give up now? I admit that I'm not as strong as you right now, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. If you don't open up a path for me, I can still turn the heavenly martial league upside down with the power I have. There's a saying that giving others convenience is also giving yourself convenience. If you do things too harshly, fate will end early. Yunxiao's anger surged. Wei Qing was acting like a hooligan, just like how he had dealt with Lu Zongzi in the Ancient Devil's Well. Everyone had something they valued. Lu Zongzi was his own life, but what he valued was the fate of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Yunxiao said helplessly and angrily. Swear to ensure the safety of the siblings and return them to me in one piece a year later. I also swore that I would use these weapons to fight against the demons. Wei Qing's lips curled up into a smile. With a flip of his right hand, he put away the yin and yang qi bottle and ordered all the killing weapons fighting in the distance to stop and separate. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao withdrew the 12 divine beings' killing formation, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia flew back into the divine realm tablet. The extremely tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant, I knew that you're a responsible person, but you're too soft-hearted. If we don't have enough power to deal with the demon race, not only will these warriors die, but their families, friends, and the entire realm of heavenly martial arts will also die. Wei Qing sneered. But now they are the only ones who are dead. If they can give everyone a chance to live, they will die a worthy death. After receiving the order, all the killing weapons retreated behind Wei Qing. Their auras began to fall rapidly, falling from the return to reality realm to the state of the Nine Heavens realm. They all looked listless and sluggish. Humph! Wei Wuya snorted coldly and also appeared beside Wei Qing. Can and Phoenix returned to Yunxiao's side, covered in blood and murderous aura, their faces filled with shock. Clearly, the existence of the killing machine had surprised them. The crocodile turned into a whirlwind and returned to its miniature form, lying on Yunxiao's shoulder. Even if you die a worthy death, it's not up to you to decide. Everyone has the freedom to choose, Yunxiao retorted. Even if what you say is the best choice, you have no right to force others if they are not willing. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Li Yunxiao, are you still a child? Wei Qing snorted. Scum had no human rights, only the strong were respected. The fate of the weak should be decided by the strong. This was the law of the world. My fist is big so I can control their fate. Isn't this a truth that has never changed? Why did you suddenly become so stupid? Yunxiao was taken aback, and he did not know how to refute. He naturally understood this principle and had always followed it. It was just that at this moment he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Can and Chan looked at each other. They did not seem to think that anything was amiss. Even if I don't control their fate, once the demons invade, their fate will still be controlled by them, Wei Qing said coldly. In other words, even if I'm as soft-hearted as you, the rules of this world won't change according to your benevolence. It's still the law of the jungle. He laughed scornfully. If you think you're so capable and think you're right, then go and tell the demons not to invade the realm of heavenly martial arts. Tell them to be merciful, to live in peace, and to build a harmonious world together. Yunxiao was speechless. He had always been eloquent, but this was the first time he had been rendered speechless by the other party. He was completely dumbfounded and did not know how to respond. Wei Qing waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else, please go ahead. I won't see you out. A year later, I will definitely return the Meng siblings in one piece. I will also do my best to resist the demons." With his hands behind his back, he looked at Yunxiao coldly and arrogantly, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. Yunxiao stood in the sky in silence for a while before he sighed and turned to leave with the two men. Ever since he knew the mission of the Master of the Divine Realm Tablet, he had been following the path laid out by the Heavenly Tao. He had completely lost his past carefreeness and had done many things that he did not like. For example, he didn't like Wei Qing, he didn't like killing weapons, but he had no choice but to tolerate Wei Qing and the existence of killing weapons. Alliance Master Yun Can suddenly said, "Don't you feel a little depressed? You can't bear to see so many warriors turn into walking corpses. It's as if your dignity as a warrior has been trampled on." Yunxiao turned to look at him, cupped his fists and said, "I hope Sir can dispel my doubts." Can nodded and said, "It's just as that person said. Although you're responsible, you're indeed too soft-hearted. Gu Yuyun, a kind person does not command troops. Perhaps you are really not suitable for the position of alliance leader. However, due to the various connections, you have no choice but to be the alliance leader." The saying that scum had no human rights was absolutely right. You had never seen the scene of the devil race wreaking havoc in the heavenly martial realm. Usually, it was a city-wide massacre with countless dead. Where was the dignity of those living beings who were killed like grass? They have no dignity, because they are weak. Yunxiao hesitated, but Can smiled and said, "These martial artists have no dignity, because they are also weak compared to Wei Qing. However, even if they lose their dignity, they can still be of some use. They have much more dignity than those grass that have been killed by the demons." The judge patted Yunxiao on the shoulder and chuckled. "Brother, when more people die in the future, you'll be numb to it. Yunxiao trembled slightly and felt a chill in his heart. But he knew that the two great demons were right, and even Wei Qing was right. He let out a long sigh and shook his head. Perhaps I'm too reliant on my feelings. After saying that, he turned around and continued to fly. Can and Phoenix smiled wryly as they 100k'd at each other and shook their heads. This kid is too soft-hearted, Shang said. He's not suitable to be the alliance leader. He's only suitable to be a small commander. Can smiled and said, You're wrong. Although he's not suitable to be the alliance leader, he's the most suitable person. The referee was stunned for a moment before he said, What? What did he mean by not suitable to be the alliance leader, but was the most suitable person? Your words have made me confused, Ken said sternly. Have you ever thought that perhaps it's because of his woman's benevolence and his hot-bloodedness that he's able to win the hearts of the people? That's why he's able to gather forces from all sides. Apart from Yi Qingyu, who else can take on the position of leader in the heavenly martial arts realm? There is indeed nothing left. The referee shook his head after some thought. Not just the humans, Ken said. With the two of us and Lady Lin, his relationship with the monster race won't be bad in the future. We'll be the ones to ease the conflict between the two races. Besides, the princess of the sea race is following him. In the future, only Yunxiao can unite the forces of the entire heavenly martial realm, and even Yi Qingyu can't do it. That makes sense. Shang nodded. Ken smiled and said, Don't think too much about it. Everything has its own will. We're just doing our best and leaving it to fate. The two of them immediately turned into beams of light and chased after Yunxiao.